Welcome back to Workers and Resources. Back in our republic, extending our city. We are due a heating rework of some heating pipes after setting up the new heating plant. We have to connect one heat exchanger to alleviate some stress on this heating plant and mix up the heating of the settlement a bit. There will be two heat exchangers fairly close to each other from different heating plants taking care of the majority of the population here. And that should hopefully make things a little bit safer. And at the end of April, I think we will be able to get things started. Other than that, I want to build towards a new settlement. We've been stuck here on the fourth city for a while, and I need to pioneer a way to some expansion, like either the Western Customs House up here to the west, maybe even along this side, I don't know. Going southwest seems like the least useful choice, but it would start developing us towards the southwest of the whole map, which has a lot of buildable open space. It's not the most flat terrain, that is probably this one, but this is quite nice as well. So that's what we have open right now. Our steel mill has started working, probably more than enough for domestic consumption's need. And steel imports therefore have also stopped, or at least should have stopped. No import in the last year. We shall see if everything remains how it should be. I think it's time to try and start the heating rework. It shouldn't take too long. I have to... We have to do this heat exchanger first. It's gonna be a somewhat lengthy heating pipe removal, but let's do it. That one is probably not too much of an issue as long as we're not dropping below minus 20 degrees. The other heat exchangers should be able to easily handle that lack of heating. This will get demolished fairly quickly. We'll hook it up and then redraw the heating pipe from here into this one. And we'll also have to just disconnect that. But that one I'll only do after this one has been hooked up again, because it has to take over the pressure, of course. Hello, Tristan. Welcome. It's gonna be a long dig. I kinda... Now that I think about it, I kinda want to move this heat pumping station. Because being so close to the bridge is annoying me. With the one connection not being able to get through there cleanly and like requiring to be so deep underground. So I think I'll move the pumping station, which means we're going to be running some of the area without heating connections, but it shouldn't be too bad because we have that small heating plant. This should be a safe way to do it. So realistically also that will go, so we're not going to connect to it. We'll move it. It's gonna look better. I don't like being reminded of that underground heating pipe that much. I guess these houses look okay, but yeah, very close windows. I don't know. This might also change at some point. It doesn't really fit with any of the other style, I would say. Like, this house will probably move and replace with something. This one can stay. I might do that right now. Hello, Tristan. Welcome. Let's do it. I don't like the way this looks. It has to move. I'm sorry for whoever liked the way this was. But I don't. We'll find more housing. It's gonna be a bunch of demolition tasks. Heating will basically cease. And let's see if that is a mistake. I don't think so, because of the small heating plant, like I said. But who knows? I think now's the time to make that change. Let's move some more excavators to a demolition office so we can run the demolition of the heating pipes a little bit faster. We already have enough waste trucks, I think. I should have used the utility office, I guess. That's okay. I can move them back to the utility office after they're done. Building is almost set up. I think before it gets completed, I'll upgrade this road to gravel. I did say I wanted to build it here and then have it curl in. I think we'll do that. Which means the last section also has to be removed. Then yeah, we'll bring it around here. Make the heating look more organized. We should be okay to make that change. It looks good. So, development possibilities. Development 2, 3, or 1. I think development 2 would open up the most space, but also take us the farthest. It's also where our rail line has been like kind of going towards. And I was like debating, thinking about having settlements here and here to slowly push myself out towards that location. And then we would have to figure out a way how to get to development 2 and cross over the water, develop to the right side again, develop alongside. But I think the key part of this is that we need a road up here. Now the other thing I was thinking about is that I wanted to have a main road, like a... I mean, I started developing the whole Republic with the idea of a 2-lane road, but we don't have that much road traffic. So I am wondering if I should just have a single lane road following the train track. Meaning we would have a tunnel here coming out on the side of the mountain, going across with a bridge following the train track. And then just basically ending up here. Or if we should just set up a road coming in from Sovskoy factory and going up the hill, which would be faster to build. We could cross over the train tracks here after having an off-road or like an off-ramp for a settlement. Then follow along the train tracks, have a settlement here, and we would be on the right side of the train tracks then. These are the things that are currently open. This has higher priority. This has high priority. This one does, and this one. After these are done, the rest is just residual cleanup. But once these are done, we should be able to hook up the new heating pipes. Yeah, this is rock solid. Absolutely fine. This one, for example, has low priority, I think. It can't, well, it needs to clean up, I guess. This one has low priority, this one has medium priority, otherwise we might lose the connection. Finish the longer section first, then get rid of the last connection. Profits look excellent. 300,000 plus last month. Still no steel exports. Fuel prices are okay. Like, I would consider them to be like normal now. That's 4 waste pickups. Then the new large heating pipe can be placed. I did trigger the birth rate increase research last time before I left off, so hopefully population will keep growing. This one also has low priority for demolition purposes. And yeah, we have like a couple months to make this change, and then everything should be in order. And we'll be left with 2 heating connections off of that heat pumping station onto this side. Or maybe here and here, but I think one that way, one up here is probably what's gonna happen. We'll try and develop this area with some housing. I don't think it's going to be within walking distance of... Okay, it's going to be close for the cableway station, but most houses at the coastline, probably not. Maybe we can set up a a beach. Unlikely. But maybe. One more waste pickup for you. Well, they're all stuck with about one waste pickup, so a bunch of these will finish. Also have to change that connection. And I think now is the time to get the demolition done of that as well. Can probably demolish the whole pipe. They have time. I cannot neglect this. I have to keep monitoring this until it's actually done. But after that, yeah, I think I'm going out from the factory towards the new settlements. We'll hook them up with a passenger rail line. I think the food and meat is going to be delivered by truck with a rural distribution office that I still have to build, because I replaced the one we had to be 2 urban distribution offices to make sure the city is fine. But then we should have an expansion direction planned. Okay, looks like one of them got demolished. Birth rate increase, done. Connection down here also done. I thought this would hook up, but evidently not, so I'll get rid of this and put it on high priority. And the same is true for that little piece. Now they have to drive all the way over to the heating plant to get rid of that section. Looks like it's slightly underneath the road and I misjudged that. So there's something that can hook up and already be built. Maybe a little bit too sharp of a corner. From here, sure. That can build. This is going to be demolished after all the heating pipes are gone. Yeah. This will be okay. Quick change. Oh, why not say? More city time? We're building villages. There's not really any space for another city nearby, I think. So we're gonna build villages to develop towards development 2. And extend our reach with the potential for a city in the future. We shall see. But right now I'm working on rebuilding the heating. Because why not? It's fun to do in Siberia. Yeah, this should be enough. The heating pipe construction tasks will go a lot faster because we're not very deep underground. But this should make this area a lot more reliable. Shared heating between two heating plants in our most dense population area is a safety net that we will have. And I believe the houses here will have a lot more heat during winter. That excavator is taking its time. Oh, they're sending personal cars because it's too short for an excavator. Well, that's good, because we definitely need that connection. It has the highest priority of all of them. Yeah, we'll see if we can make it work. That excavation is also done. Yep, medium priority on that one. Oh boy. A single personal car dealing with that is painful to watch. You are gonna go to the demolition office and will help bring some workers to that task. And hopefully we can get rid of that short section of heating pipe quickly. Yep. Bring as many workers as you can. I don't know why the very long trains like to go through the distribution office, but I guess as long as it doesn't destroy anything here, it's fine. Might as well start building some of the heating pipes, I guess. We will be able to connect off of that into the heat exchanger once it's done, removing the other heating pipe. "52 workers will finish the demolition, and then we just need to wait for the waste trucks to get there." There's the other connection. Excellent. I know I have to rethink how I place my train depots now, since I have to tag a vehicle repair on them, just in case the train doesn't know how I do my tracks. Always assume that the trains don't know how to do your things. Makes the most sense. Okay, demolition is done. The bus can basically go back to its construction office. The rest of the demolition is not as urgent. Mostly waste trucks. Three waste trucks heading here, picking up all the waste. Then we can set up the large heating pipe. And then heating is restored, basically. If they're transporting metal scrap away, those trucks are quite far away from the area. Like you, for example. Jesus Christ, you're gonna take ages to get there. Alright, let me know when the demolition is done. All of the metal scrap transportation takes the longest. Construction waste can go here. But metal scrap, we don't have a storage. I mean, I could put a metal scrap... Could have planned for a metal scrap storage in the area, I guess. But I thought that was no need, because this didn't produce as much. Bunch of excavators. I think you have to go somewhere else right now. Okay, that one short trip. Metal scrap has been removed. That's fine. There we go. Just saw the heating pipe pop. High priority on that. And the rest is just the additional heating pipe here. And then everything has been changed and hooked up anew. Construction waste. Temperature is still very good. Still got lots of time, I think. Still no truck heading here for the construction waste. Oh, but unfortunate that it's that slow. New heat exchanger connection has been established, so this is all now properly heated from the new heating plant. And I'll hopefully start taking off some stress of the old one. Shared responsibilities will certainly help with that. If one of the heating plants doesn't get workers for a bit, the other heating plant should have. It's a little bit of redundancy in the system. Plus the additional safety net of the heating plant right in the city. Because why not? There's a waste truck. Are you very far away? No, you're not. Okay, so you'll get here in a reasonable amount of time. We'll be ready soon. Okay. Very good. Alright, everything will be done in time. Hello Manuel, welcome. So, next thing, I guess the road connection here. Could have the road go to the right as well, if it wants to head up this way. I think the pump jack is going to move at some point fairly soon. Plus all of its vehicles. Maybe we can hook it up on this end instead. And use this as a road connection leading out of the city, through the mountains. I mean, that would also be a possibility, just have the road go up here, and then along either side. This whole hill is a little bit large for that, could be narrowed down, but since the train track has already been built through it, I think it's gonna serve as a fine natural bridge. More pump jacks? I was thinking of relocating a pump jack, not more pump jacks. If we build more pump jacks, then we can also hook it up to an oil loading station in here. With a clockwise running oil loading train. But this is not really the largest area for oil and fuel, or oil exports. That would be here, in the northwest. Hello Mega Monkey. Welcome. It's the heating rework number 2 done, almost. Temperatures are dropping, but we're keeping up well. Okay, demolition here is all done, I think. No, it's not. Still some waste pickup. Hello, Loco. Welcome. That road could hook up out of the city. It was mainly intended if we had some more development here. I mean, it could go to the pump jack. Happy Pride to you too, Loco. If we had a pump check here, that road could make its way over there. There's a new pump check location, 71%. This one has 82. We would then have to consider the fact that loading by train would probably be better and put in some storage for oil and send it to a tank that hooks up to an oil loading station where the distribution office can load them now. How goes the Republic? Show the amounts of loans right now. One page and an extra loan, but if I combine them it would still only be a single page. Did not go up much. Our maximum loan capacity is growing very high comparatively. Like, we only have a third of our whole loan capacity is loans. Before that it was more than half. Heat pumping is connected, heating pipes, but this one are done and this one is just finishing up. So I think you are not getting any heat, because the heating plant isn't running right now because it was too warm. Yeah. But should be all connected now. I mean, the oil loading could be hooked up here on the existing station, and we would have to pump all of the oil to a storage tank next to this. And then we could run it by train. Hello Zadius, welcome. I think we're going to have a ramp that goes up here. What's the latest goal? Heating rework has been accomplished, and now we're thinking about extending towards 2 new settlements. Small villages to increase our reach across the map. Surely it's airfields and windmills? I don't know. I don't think so. These small villages, are they going to produce something specialized or just logistics into new areas? I'm thinking logistics plus lumber. They might have a logging camp or two, or three, that they can then load onto the train network, and we have some distribution of lumber towards our existing sawmill. Windmillville would grow crazy. Windmills are so expensive to maintain. So the idea would be to have a passenger station, because I don't want to run bus routes anymore. Villages will be hooked up by train platforms. I mean, we could have a village here and a train platform on this side. I need terraforming vehicles closer by. It's interesting. I would think something that doesn't need fuel would be cheap in operation. In operation, yes, but not in maintenance. Because maintenance requires electronic components and they are made out of plastics, which requires oil. And therefore it would be expensive. Kind of hate to see large-scale terraforming. Is the secret police working Republic-wide like radio, or has it a radius? Secret police works like a police station, it has a radius. It drives to houses and learns about their loyalty when it arrives. The Earth is left footing the bill. It's fine, we're gonna be dead way before we feel the impact. Oh, the loan's working. Are we still in debt? Yes, we are. But our loan capacity is growing faster than our loans. So total loan capacity around 71, 72 million. 26.5 of those are loans. And our maximum amount we can still borrow is growing. Internal debt. I can sit here for several years and pay off the whole loan, but that would be a pretty boring stream, I think. Everything seems to be hooked up. This should be running at less than 70% again, and this should be running a little bit more. Maybe I'll increase the priority of this thing. Hopefully that means it'll try and push more heating towards the houses and give more load onto this heating plant. Streamer. Well, you better buy some sunscreen then. On terraforming vehicles, make your way here. More like live a more reckless lifestyle. Won't make it to 35. All that too, yeah. Should have gotten into politics earlier. If you wanted a better life, there you go. Come on, bulldozers. Get over here. Yep, there you go. Now you have the idea. Alright, we have vehicles. Logging camp. You really did have that 0 to 2 demographic lockdown. And you still didn't campaign. Okay. That would be the train track to be able to pick stuff up from here. We'll have to get the settlement in place, which will provide workers. Repair station might also have to be built up here, a small one. Although we might have the reach. Could also have a repair station in Sovskoy factory. Horrifying fate of the Earth in real life aside, are there solutions for the fluctuating power output, wind and sun in this game? Or do we have to have oil coal as backup anyway? There's no power storage, like no hydroelectric elevated dam that you can turn on when power from wind and solar goes down. So no, they're a substitute but not a full-on solution here. This is about 1930 to 1990, not after. So they're dabbling in it, but they haven't perfected it. Maybe another logging camp here. Train track across the road hooking up. And just a village here that provides workers to both these locations. They could be within walking distance easily, I think. This one might be a bit of a challenge. Okay. Oh yeah, I guess you could use the other nations as the external power storage, that's right. Okay. End station. I don't know. Oh, I wanted to test something. Can I deliver coal to an end station by rail distribution office? Because if that works, we have basically everything sorted in regards to how coal goes to the end stations. I won't need a distribution office anymore. They don't hold that much, and I think it's probably better to have a coaling station on the way, but let's see if it does work. I don't think so. I think it's probably just possible for a coaling station. Yeah, they're all busy right now, so just give them some time, I guess. Because I'm trying to like bring all the resources that the trains need via the train network. I know that the coaling station you can supply with a train directly. This one you might not be able to. But if you could, that would be excellent. Just gotta wait for the rail distribution office to send its train back. Oh, looks like we're doing a steel export now. Still have the same electric components maintenance cost? Yes, because it's made up of electronic components. I think it's basically simulating the cost of the wires in the setup. I might bring the passenger tracks over the same connection as this one. Looping around past here into the town from that side. It might be a bit far. Easiest would just be like go in here, train stop, end station, train stop and back out. Come on, I want to see if this works. Do the thing. Does it work? You have aggregate trains. If I set you to only one. Oh. Looks like it works. Looks like we can bring coal to end stations too. That's neat. Huh. Then I don't need to bring coal to the end stations by truck anymore. I can just run trains with like a little bit of cargo. Need probably more trains on the network. It would also increase the assignments here quite a bit. 50 tons. This game does have cool things I've never seen on these streams. It's very sad, I know. Okay, no more coal distribution by truck. It's only by train now. And I guess that's going to happen for all of the stations. I might need a distribution office just to deal with the coaling. Which this one probably won't take over in the future. It doesn't have that many trains. The assignments are going to be the limiting factor here. That should make it like kind of convenient pushing out into the frontier, I think. We don't have to worry about coal as much. I mean, here it would still make sense to bring the coal locally, but I'm going to try and run it by train only. Do I have another end station? I don't think so. Oh, I have a third one. Where is that? Oh, this one, right. That one also. Wait, where's the other one? In Bugodonsk. I changed that one over already. I got both of them. I mean, I have to bring a little bit of fuel to them to make them work, but maybe that got solved. Oh, you can't leave that way. Are you kidding me? So it won't work because you're not exiting out the right way? I hate it. I hate it. Well, then it won't work. Not with this setup. Guess we can just use it for coaling stations, I assume. Won't have to rework everything again. Lopo, please, no. I'm gonna have to take a break. That was too much. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Every time Lopo makes a dead joke, I have to take a shot of absinthe. So I'm almost dead right now. I think we exported steel now. Yes, 1.2 million. First export. I mean, the situation with the coaling station changes things a bit, but not that much. I guess we could have the coaling station in front of the train station as at the entrance. A quantifiable negative effect on your health. Yes. You're killing me. You're tearing me apart, Popo. I think there's a train sound stuck on the screen. I'm gonna save and load. I think it happened when the train got stuck in the end station. Constant train noises now. I didn't realize when I went AFK that that was going on, so apologies for that. But the sound should go away now. If I die on stream, it's on you. Beautiful silence, no more train sound for now. How are we going to do this with the passenger train? Do we even have a coaling station in this area? I don't think so. The coaling station currently is in nowhere, because they coal in Bugodonsk or in Gugozhny. So that stuff was illegal? I don't know. I'm just making stuff up. Train station. Train track from the side. So end station, passenger station. I think that's what we're gonna do. Lying on stream? I'm sitting. I don't know what you're talking about. Let's see. Doesn't really have to be logging over here, it could be. I'm thinking of like a really small village. Could even be less than 200 people, then we wouldn't get a research point for it, but... basically needs a fire station for sure. I mean, if there's a house here and we always have like positive population growth, people would constantly move in, work until they're like bored, and then just leave. Do I need to take an absence shot when you make a dad joke? No. I'm not putting that on anyone. No alcohol shenanigans. Could be two villages. They would be fairly close together. Bit too close, I think. How are we gonna do this? Maybe the village here, and like an extension of the settlement, meaning that the rail line would actually have to go through this place, out here, and then We can have a coaling station that can be refueled. This is looking like it's gonna be like a more sizable settlement. I guess the way to do it for the end station would be an external unloading station with a conveyor connection. Or wait for the train to drive out the site it came in on. But the end stations don't have that much storage capacity anyway. They can hold 75 tons of coal. Coaling stations hold 200, so the deliveries here would be a lot better. If we have a coaling station out this way, it would need a range for 450 meter trains. So off of this point, Jesus Christ. Coaling station here, train stop here, and then like a... That is rough. I mean, it could curl around the whole settlement. And then we have the train station here with the train entrance going all the way around. Who's woofing? Oh god. I think we might have to change that emote. That is so cursed. That is scary. So they can do coaling or visit the train station. And it would be two paths basically that are equal. So they're not driving in one side and coming out the other, they're driving in, doing whatever they want and coming back out through the coaling station. Could also put the coaling station behind the train station. Let's do that. Coaling station behind the train station. It's gonna be for very, very long trains. There will be a junction here where the trains can go across. such a sharp corner. Should be something like this. That would probably just trigger the crossing for trains that move in here, so maybe stay a little bit further away from there this time. That looks okay. And this other one can also be made a little bit smoother. Gives us 450 meters off of that point. So the coaling station could be here, and the train station could be wherever after. Huh. Maybe I need to... I want to have the train station somewhere here, so everyone from this side can also go there. I have to change this direction around. I have to come in from over here instead. I think this one can probably stay almost. So we'd have our passenger train station here, allowing people to also live on that side, and hopefully be able to walk to this point. A coaling station here too. So from this point, about here, 450 meters, then the coaling station, then the train station. Alright, that's plenty. So coaling station in here, which we're gonna use to bring coal to the area by train. I guess then we could also bring coal for the heating plant by train. If I have a dedicated unloading station for coal, and then we could use a end station instead, which would be better for passenger trains. So the idea would be end station. way for a distribution office train to have an aggregate unloading here. Somewhere in this area, and then heating plant nearby, which takes from the same storage. And then I guess we need a rail distribution office that just runs coal distribution, because I don't trust the export one prioritizing rail distribution for export and coal supply for settlements correctly. New settlement design. How is this gonna work? Hello, Chumai. Welcome. Money is fine. Health and happiness seems fine in our other settlements, I think. Heating. Too much. It's giving us a lot of space here for a train to navigate. Maybe it needs to be 2 lanes. Let's make it 2 lanes. We don't have that much traffic through here though. But passenger and coal trains both making it to the same area kind of makes me want to have 2 lanes. Does that make sense? Not really. No, it doesn't. Hope you have a very excellent day. I hope Mega Monkey does have a very excellent day. Going to be some overhead here for the way the settlement is supposed to work. Alright, build that road. I think I can't build over that snapping point. And that's messing up my corner. But yeah. Passenger trains only have to go here. I still need the passenger train station. Yeah. That is true. Passenger train station and enough room for people to walk around. And have signals between the end station and the stop. So that would be too close. Definitely enough room for signals here. But the train station needs to be curved a little bit more, otherwise this is just too sharp. That should do it. Because they will have stopped at the train station and then to the end station they can be at low speed. Then here I need enough room for the passenger trains to like make their way here. So 200 meters should be enough. Somewhere on this side. Does anything really make sense? Some things do. Not a lot, but some do. We do have walking distance here, so we can have some houses that then can reach hopefully all of the logging camps. I can't measure that because footpaths and trains, roads and stuff. Unfortunately, that doesn't work. So I'll have to put a dummy building here to see what the range is. Not good enough. Why are you not measuring this over the footpath? Huh. Curious. Maybe it doesn't like measuring from the waste storages. Oh yeah, okay. From the waste storages footpath we can see that it should be in range, and therefore the logging camps should also be in range, so this is sound from a concept point of view. So we will hook these up later. Food and meat would be delivered by truck. The new distribution office that is yet to be placed. Maybe a medium-sized one for that. Although no, we're going to develop towards another urban area. They are not going to drive that far. Two regular large trucks and 3 refrigerated trucks will hopefully do it. Oh, you know what? We'll just build that here, right next to the food storage. I mean, this village itself could have a distribution office to handle that, but having it closer to the source makes more sense. Sure. We'll use that one instead. Doesn't really make much sense there now that I think about it. It should be on the other side. Yeah, built them here. All of this because I didn't want to have a coaling station. But it also gives us the option to have the heating plant here. Now can I still place the heating plant? It should be possible. Food would only be a grocer, and for the rest they would have to visit a settlement via train. It comes very irregularly. Not even a roller, just paving this before the roller even gets here. It's minus 37 degrees. Temperature in our city is 15 degrees, 14 degrees. Looks good. Looks very stable. 14 degrees. Plenty of spare capacity. We will need the fire station up and running. We will have a fire truck somewhat close by, but won't really be able to rely on that up the road, I don't think. So we'll try and build the fire station, send some people to it. Maybe set up the train platform. I guess I don't really have a road connection to the train platform, so I will have to have a direct route to the fire station. We also need a gas station here. And I need electricity, water, sewage, and heating. A bit more central. Catch all of the area. Like I said, it shouldn't have that many people. But this village might be a tad larger and have a repair station. I guess we could hook it up to the transformer in the factory. Wherever I built that one. Did it even have a transformer? It doesn't. Never mind. It only draws power from the city's transformer. Okay, well then I guess I'll have to have a transformer here too. And draw electricity from that. And hopefully it doesn't burn too long whenever it catches fire and kill everyone. is good range for everything. And then another substation somewhere here that takes care of the loading station, the logging camps, which will need fuel, probably only if I want to not have a gas station. I do want to have a gas station. This is where the road goes through anyway. Court overwhelmed. How dare you make me build another court? Maybe that's, I don't know. Yeah, let's build another court. Everything looks nice, and then need another building. Hello, Border Patrol. Welcome. I guess we'll build it here. And maybe turn this into higher educated citizens only. Sure. Missing alcohol means that something's wrong with the trains. What's wrong? What did you do? Okay, the coaling station also doesn't work because the train can't leave here. The way it's set up. I have to plan it with the rail distribution office in mind. Otherwise it won't work. Basically it needs a way to go out of this, back onto the other track. But it's fine. We're just gonna supply these with trucks like we had. It's fine. Going further into the map, we're going to develop a system where the coaling and or end stations can be supplied by train. The vehicles can go into the buildings directly, but if they're not in the middle of nowhere, then there will just be a dedicated unloading station. More vehicles heading here, huh? I want to get rid of that, so you have to turn around. Because I want to build that corner. A bit later, it's a bit... That way. Doesn't look too bad. Yeah, that will work. Somehow. Not like that though. Okay. And the trains will come around here. We don't need that much distance for them. Coaling train needs 200 meters, that's it. Oh, maybe just run it out this side instead. Seems like a lot of overkill. Okay, we'll make it so they enter one side and exit out the other. We're not really planning on having that many passenger trains through the area. And the resource train for coal? Here then? And then have a shared rail line in and out of the settlement. Is that enough for the coaling train length? 157 meters. It is enough. They were all 175. And then over here, after it's built, one incoming, one outgoing track through the end station as a mandatory stop. I always have to go through the end station anyway. We're only loading passengers here. A coaling station would make so much more sense. But I haven't set it up that way. They don't need to refuel all the time. End station means they always enter. Yes, Sovskoy is getting its delivery soon. It's almost out of food, but the trains are running again. Just give it some time. That is from Bulgodonsk. Other trains are probably right behind it, unless there's another traffic jam. Where is the train? Maybe it's at the warehouse already. Maybe it's on the way back to the city right now. Construction train here, blocking the rail traffic. But yes, that's the train from Sovskoy, so it is on its way. Doesn't really leave a lot of room with the rail line going that direction. Abort. This for me is advanced railing. Can barely build railway networks in OpenTDD. OpenTDD has its own challenges, I think. Why you have to keep schedules in mind and Okay, a direct route would be 155 already, so whatever we do, this is going to be long enough. $169. Slightly more curved, make it look more natural. That's going to be for the coaling trains. We'll need a clinic, we'll need a grocer, we'll need a police station probably. Enough room for highly educated people to live here to run both the clinic and the police station. Water and sewage delivered by truck. Technical service for the waste and water and sewage handling. Maybe an alcohol kiosk if I feel like it. Alcohol kiosk would be quite neat, I think, so they can deal with like some of the missing demands. Because the train line is going to run irregularly, I think. There's the heating plant, like we should build our commercial stuff around the heating plant. Because there shouldn't be any residential buildings close-ish to it, but it should be fine, like we tested it. It seems like it works. That's what we will find out with this test. That'll work. Water well to supply this thing with water. We need our clinic, we need our fire station, yeah. We need our police station. I really think a police station in here would be overkill, but we have seen crime take a foothold in a settlement and then cause havoc in cities, so maybe not. Maybe this is going to be what's necessary. I could even bring clothing here, so you don't have to visit another settlement to buy clothing. Hello rockers. Welcome. I'm working on it. We're building another quad. It's gonna eat up a lot of workers. Looks like the small quad can't even deal with 10,000 citizens. The early start quad at least. Happiness went down to 66. Not quite sure why, but okay. Pollution, only 8 people. Low government loyalty, 143 only. Here's the courthouse, it's without power supply? Did I really find a spot that had no power? Alright, then we will need a power connection here. Cableway station would benefit off of that anyway. We're already maybe pushing this area a little bit much. Okay, that'll be power. Then it can start working properly. Trial is going to be slowed down without electricity. As I realize that the incinerator doesn't accept mixed waste when I dump hazardous waste inside, does that mean I need to put in a dump which will feed into the incinerator after it burns the hazardous waste? That's what I do, yeah. I do a dump for hazardous waste because usually I deliver less hazardous waste than mixed waste. So whenever I drop in a little bit of hazardous waste, it gets burned up inside the incinerator quickly, and then the mixed waste goes in. But if you're delivering more hazardous waste because you're importing it, then having an external dump for mixed waste might make sense. Usually, what I found is that these connections have a priority, and I can't remember which one has the highest priority. Like, it pulls from one of the connections first and then from the other one. So what you could do is test that. Basically put in both connections, like make 2 storages. Put in some, like flip the factory connections the wrong way. Put some waste into both and then flip them around the right way and see from which one it draws first. And that one would be your mixed waste storage for the city. So whenever some mixed waste arrives, it gets burned up first. And then the hazardous waste would be the overflow. If you're using that for money making, for example. It's gonna be interesting if the repair station can reach. We might be able to delay a repair station until the next settlement. It has to reach the logging camp, that's the important part. So I believe we probably will have to have a repair station out here. Repair station, gas station, like deal with the basic needs of like vehicles driving through the area would be kind of helpful. Maybe a vehicle depot or an end station. Great. it's gonna happen again. Oh well. The alcohol warning went away, so we did receive more deliveries. Thankfully food did last that long. Small repair station. With a warehouse into a technical service nearby. Plus a gas station. And people still have to walk through here. Between the technical service and the repair station. Workers is not assigned, too short of a search radius. Now everyone is. With the hazard waste fixed, making money again. Good. That's how it should be. A bit cautious with the situation of the repair station here. I might move that one on the end of the transformer. I mean, I basically have to balance people walking to the train station and the grocer versus also walking to the setup. $400 Okay. If we get a house here, then everything should be in range. And this one will have... It might be fine with heating. Direct heating from a heating plant seems quite quite strong. We're just gonna try and bank on that. Walking in 30 and beyond isn't fun. Minus 30 and beyond isn't fun. Yeah. But they have to do it. It's 400 meters to this. I might set up a second grocer here. That's the plan. Houses here that can walk to the grocer for shopping and then to the train station. I don't know if they can reach the alcohol kiosk from here. They can, if they want to take alcohol instead. But for clothing they have to go into the train station. Yeah, settlement design for villages is gonna look a little bit more overdone. I really wonder how like a mega city on like the Asian map would be ridiculous, I think. Mega City 1 Asia. Mega City 1 Pacific. That might be ridiculous. Like, barely any heating. Small heating plant with like one worker would be able to cover like cold nights if there's any at all. And then just like a massive city. You're heading back to the rail construction office. Why are you complaining about turning around? Oh, there's a train here too. What are you doing? Oh, you're heading back that way. What the hell? I guess that is an option. I guess that loop is completed now. Sure. Courthouse now has power. It's working through the cases. Prison should be fine, hopefully. We have to set up another one. I guess we have to set up another one. I might just reduce the sentences for minor crimes. It's a bit high. Steel production. We'll get another export soon at that rate. Brick export, another brick export, 36,000. So I'm considering the rail distribution office setup that will handle coaling. I mean, right now it can all be done by the same one. But like nationwide, it probably has to be a dedicated building at some point. You let me know if you also run over the amount of court cases. You only have to have one building set for that, I think. Yeah, the crimes here are higher than by default. Usually I have like 1 year, 2.5 and 5 years. But it is keeping up. You are stuck again. You are red because there's no signal here. Alright. We are trying to head back to the rail construction office through some path. Which apparently goes to a dead end. All the way. So this is how they drive back now. Oh my god. Because they don't have a way to turn around here, I guess, because the signal is too close. I have to move that back slightly. Until the construction here is done. So they can move out back of this junction and then drive back home. Or also arrive here and then start constructing here. And they've immediately decided that this is the shorter route and they're driving back home. I really need the fire station here first, but we can start building things. And then we'll maybe have a road going that direction along the train track towards our initial idea of having a bridge across.
Going to Bugogodonsk and maybe having a settlement here or here. And those settlements could take coal from this first settlement by a single truck and also have the repair station here. It's kind of like a test bed of the new idea of how to set things up. I hope it's gonna work. Minute delay, not too bad. Is Valiant the prisoner on a per shift basis or a month basis? I think it's per month. I'm not quite sure how the ticks work. I don't know. Might be per tick, like might be every day. Once they run through a work shift and stay at home, but yeah, I don't know. Didn't do the exact math. I just know it's more than a year, definitely. And it might be more than a month. But I did not do exact math on that one. Thank you for the follow, Alex Speed. Much appreciated. And welcome to the stream. It is getting warm. I am not happy, I need to do something about that tonight. Have fun in the snow? Yes, I will. I will try to. Thank you. Still need the gas station. Taking a hot shower should help with the warmth. That sounds not so great. I already did that. But then it wasn't warm. I think it's just I had too much food. Too much warm food for lunch. Is it fine to build residential near sewage, like 100 meters? Sewage discharge? Well, ask yourself, do you want to live near a sewage discharge of a village? Maybe. Do you want to live near a sewage discharge of a chemical factory? No. Depends on how much sewage you're outputting from there. Village is fine. City is getting problematic. Industrial sewage discharge? No. It's gonna be as much, if not worse, than a heating plant, pollution-wise. Winter's over for now. Don't have to do any heating rework. It seems like the heating held stable, I believe. 900 people affected by low government loyalty. I don't have a monument next to the prison. Maybe that would help. Although I don't think we have 900 people going through the prison system, but then again... Okay, looks like the courthouses are fine.
Let's run them at like slightly over 50% capacity now. Less than 200 people away from another research we're going to do. At 10,000 we'll unlock a research point based on low tech. And then I can choose something to research, and I don't know what. We have to prioritize our way to the fire station, please. Okay. Since we're talking rural deliveries, I think here we can take the Yard 12D, 5.5 tons of food. The grocers have 7.5 tons capacity, so they should get like as much of a delivery as possible every time they get a truck driving towards them. And for alcohol it's going to be a little bit oversized, but that's fine. Sources will include the warehouse and the meat storage directly from our production lines. So our villages will be affected by shortages before the cities will. Which is a thing, I guess. Could also put in another warehouse, I guess. For the rural distribution. Small warehouse. Take the resources from here to the warehouse. And then from the warehouse to the villages. A small buffer for that. Not opposed to that. Some trees that can grow. Once the logging camps are in place, they can then use that. I guess the train line doesn't really have to go in that way. It could go around the outside, but then we don't have enough distance. Do we? I mean, the distribution office train is heading in here, so I could have a dedicated logging train, but we're handling it by distribution offices. A dedicated logging train means we never go over capacity, but this one doesn't have to run that often, I think. If it does, then yes, it will get a dedicated train. Could even go out this way. Neat.
What a shame. Okay, that works. But then I guess we could also go directly into the road. Or footpath tunnel. Footpath tunnel works. That could even help me not have to build like a second grocer, but using the second grocer as a buffer for both areas I think sounds great, because then if one of them runs out, the other one is still here, and yeah, they can just use that as an intermediate stop to go to like the other locations, which in this case is just a train station, the alcohol kiosk, or, well, the clinic. That's a warehouse. Wrong building. I'm thinking about the grocer, which is right here. From here then they would be able to reach everything through the underground footpath, and we don't need that one anymore, I guess. So we could set this up a little bit more elegantly. Perfect. Let me know when the fire station is done. Conversely, the development towards this location will require the terraforming vehicles to make their way up here. If I want to continue pushing along, which I will, but only after the settlement is done running and not dying. Oh yeah, the vehicles can already drive up. I'll have a repair station nearby as soon as it gets built. Can get repairs, and we'll slowly creep over the terrain until we get to a location that can hold another city. There will be 2, maybe 3 villages between the travel towards the next city. Shouldn't be too many. But we'll see. Looks like we need more distribution office trains to run like export, because our steel is almost full. Means I need another train with another 12 cars, I guess? They're running bricks. One of them is idling. I guess we're not having enough cargo wagons then. Maybe don't need another train right now. Just bring in some cargo wagons. See if it'll be good with that. Königsberg OM Open is the one we used. 12 of them. I have to bring it all the way to the rail distribution office and then back to the depot. Oil price going up. The game, come on. Oh, oil is back at 5,600. Fuel, I mean. So fuel price is going up even before the warning. So much for saying that the fuel and oil price is now like normal. It got close to being normal and then it jumped up again. I will need some personal cars to supply the fire station with workers. And a fire truck that we can send over. Not have to wait from the customs house, but have it available. Another steel export. I mean, it might make sense to have the steel export and brick export be done by a dedicated train, but then we can't use the percentages, like only load when there's enough. So, for a distribution office that still makes the most sense to perform that work. I could have brought the train cars to the depot first, attached them all, and then run once to the rail distribution office, but I forgot. Looks like the rail construction offices are stuck again. Why are you stuck though? Why are you like... Oh, you're stuck against each other. Okay. Fire station almost ready. We're getting 1 something million from the steel export, then yeah, I can pay back the loan I took out to get the train cars. I mean, they did the export before that even, but right now trains are idling and they might want to do another brick export soon, so the train cars will have their purpose bringing them here, because apparently the open haul material transportation will be a little bit more frequent. You got slowed down by another train, so the train cars are right here. And you're gonna get slowed down again because you're way too fast. This is everything but the housing, the kindergarten, and monument, and something else probably. Monument we can place. I mean, I could just slap down a red star monument for the vehicles driving through, but it feels like oversized for a settlement as small as this one is going to be, so maybe not. I guess that's the steel export. Oh, train is unloading. Now you only have to run that loop one more time. So do that one again. There's two more train cars, I think, in the customs house. One more train car. Yeah, construction waste transport, okay. More important than the other transportation tasks. How much did it fill up? Not that much. So many complaints about electronics now. 200. It's not gonna happen. This is not what we do here. No. Still delayed. Some passenger trains get delayed. We should be able to move already, but yeah. Fortunately, the way we change tracks, I'm not doing that. Apparently we're waiting for another train. I don't know which one. You're blocking? We're waiting for that train, which is waiting for that construction train, which is stuck out here, because there's two trains doing stuff again. Okay. I think this is going to be an area where trains can only go through one direction now. I don't want to deal with this anymore. You will have to run through here one way. Not even planning it yet for long trains, at which point I have to remove some of these signals. But yeah, this should keep this running now and hopefully reduce traffic. we need that grocer then? Probably. It's gonna help. Fire station almost done. We have our fire trucks and personal cars already in a depot. Okay. We'll have to wait for the fire truck to get here and then we can set up the route. Otherwise it won't accept any workers. And the fire truck should be able to refuel down here until we have the local gas station set up. Shouldn't take too long. Oh, we can already assign it. Well, that makes it easier, I guess. And end station? End station. Sure, use that one for now. Fire truck is arriving, and the personal cars can now also go. I'll hopefully keep everything protected from burning down. We might need another fire station over here to protect the logging camps, we'll see. But the settlement is kind of important first. A logging camp can be built after. Once we have some food here, and the train line is hooked up, very important, and we have coal for the heating plant, then I guess things could start moving. I still need the water. Okay, now lines space themselves after getting to the end station. I should have probably routed them through the end station first. But that'll keep the village protected. And yeah, I would like to push more on them into the map. I've been messing around with Sovskoye a lot, but this is like our money maker. This is the stability of the nation. It's kind of like the main city right now. I don't know if we're gonna get a larger one, but we're definitely gonna get more support cities if everything goes the way it's looking right now. Building is without drinking water. Local technical service. Do we bring water here? By water pipe. I should hook up the city first. I don't know if this is enough water production. It should be. I mean, now that we have our own steel production, that's like kind of the thing that we can do. Just domestic water supply in our city. Makes sense. I don't know how the hell you managed to make everything so orderly. All my cities are a chaotic mess. Just lots and lots of experience, I guess, and like actively focusing on that, like Terror. It took a while to get there, that's for sure. I was also on the trip of like optimize everything, do like everything very efficiently, maximize everything until something snapped, and I was like, now I want to build pretty. And it's been an ongoing effort ever since. But thank you. I appreciate it. I've been giving a little bit of a tip yesterday on how I look at things when I place them. Like you might remember how, or you might have seen somewhere how people draw something. Let me just place this water connection and then I can elaborate a bit more. That's a large sewage pipe because that's a discharge, but for water, a small one should be sufficient. This one also needs to hook up to the sewage pipe. Just a minute, almost there. So, one thing I'm like focusing on is like, how do you approach painting or like drawing, I guess, drawing a, let's say a human, like a basic stickman figure, and then putting some detail into it, etc. You don't start out with like, you draw like the eye and the eyelashes, and then you get to the mouth, and then you draw down to the neck, etc. You start out with the broad concepts. You draw a circle for the head, a circle for the body, a circle for the hip, maybe some sticks for the legs and arms. And that's how the city should be drawn. Like you draw like the main artery for the... What is the main focal point? In this case it was the train station. So in the beginning, if you get to the episode on YouTube, I started with the train station. I wanted to have that bridge here, and I wanted to have a road leading to it. That was like my main inspiration. Later on I had the idea of having like a larger settlement up here with lots of housing. So I started with these broad concepts and left a lot of room in between Here I built quite densely, it was kind of a mess, but it worked well too. But you should focus on the main aspects first, like what do you want your settlement to have as a focal point? Because if you start building and you're going like, okay, this area is going to be housing, and I'm going to put like housing here, 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 and here. I do not like these. I don't like these parallel housing blocks. I don't use them anywhere. I think they look quite weird. They're very efficient. They can hold a lot of people in a very minimal space, but I don't think they look that organic. And then you can surround your idea with like some basic housing, give it like a shape that isn't necessarily a block shape. And then some space will be left in between and you fill it out by leaving enough gap. Like, look at a window of a house and imagine yourself looking out that window. Would you be okay with how much you can see? Like here it's getting a little bit dicey, but it's still better than what it was before. These windows still have a lot of room-ish in them. But like with the parallel houses, they would be so close and cramped. It would look kind of weird. But yeah, the broad concept is like, don't start with the houses. Start with like the road. Give yourself a shape. And then just fill out the shape. Like, you see I'm not like filling this shape out precisely. It was like the shape that the road had, and I just stuck some housing in a organized manner. Then there was some free space, got some trees, some monument, waste storage. Start with the grand things and go down to the smaller things. Don't start with like placing all the houses, then the waste storages, then stuff like that. Water, sewage and electricity and heating, I can understand placing that first. Like a heat exchanger and then water, sewage, electricity next to it. I do like doing that because then you can see, okay, how far do the connections go. But I only do that like for the first area until people are actually living there, and then sure, I keep adding those blocks more and more. I usually keep water, sewage and electricity close together. On Siberia, heating is a little bit more distributed and difficult to plan for. I mean, that's a wide, a broad overview of like how I approach it, I guess. I don't know if that helps. My biggest problem with planning is that I keep forgetting which production chains need which connections. This game doesn't make it easy to have orderly production. Last time I had to build an overpass to make the clothing production available to workers. Yeah. But that happened because you didn't leave enough space for, I guess, like an underground footpath or something. We built the area over here modularly. So I started with the entrance and the power setup. I left a lot of space up here because I wanted to have a steel mill, a brick factory, and a loading station for coal and construction waste, and we planned that after the smaller block was done. So that comes from experience. Like the whole connections, I also don't remember. I have to look at them all the time. But that also leads to like all the industries looking different every time. So, most people also overdo it with storages. You don't technically need that many storages for what you're doing. For a steel mill, I can see it. For a power plant and a heating plant, yes. But like a brick factory, it has its own internal storage that is good for 2.5 days, and it depends on where you get the coal from, I guess. If you have a transportation route that brings coal there every now and then, you need a storage. If it's connected with a conveyor, you probably don't need a storage for a brick factory. It's not an urgent industry in that regard. The output might be. The output might be deserving of a storage, but the input probably not. This village is not far away enough to be deserving of a dedicated warehouse / refrigerated storage, I don't think. Or a dedicated distribution office. But yeah, the rural distribution would probably bring resources to refrigerated storages instead of the buildings directly, now that I think about it. And the settlement itself would have a local distribution. That changes things. Maybe I will set up a warehouse here. Winter is slow road traffic, I guess. We'll see. Quite busy right now. Might have to resort to pictures as well. Yeah. This is why when I start out, I had the picture for all of the connections I needed for the industry. Yeah, I mean, if that helps, that helps. Sure. How do you guys handle things like water and sewage on remote locations? Usually trucks. Unless you're trying to build like a steel mill in a remote location with 500 people, then you definitely need a sewage pipe. I would say this technically counts as a remote location, and I just took the effort to build a sewage pipe all the way through the mountain. And water is still arriving by truck, although I'm thinking about changing that because the steel mill seems to be running out of water every now and then. I was considering getting another water truck. Yeah, it has run out of water again. So water consumption near the steel mill is quite high. And I'm considering drawing a water pipe through the mountain. In my head, this is like the water pipe, the power line, and the sewage pipe are all like inside the tunnel, but of course in the game it doesn't work that way. It still took the same amount of like excavation effort. But that's how I like make it like valid for myself to have a sewage pipe go through a mountain like that. Even if it looks a little bit awkward. Would be nice if I could remove the access points, but that's fine. Okay, we've got 24 open hull wagons and 12 open hoppers. Metal scrap export. Board export. What's the NVIDIA building? It's the NVIDIA heating plant. We're heating our city with running like NVIDIA graphics cards in parallel. Was a suggestion by Twitch chat. Hello Shariashu. Welcome. Smarty. Yeah. Was a very good suggestion. That's also why they had a competitor crop up in the other side. AMD had to open its own heating plant, and they're both like competitively supplying heating to the city now. Works quite well. I think the iron mine is like well supplied with workers now. Yeah, 122 is good. The output storage looks fine. Very nice city like always, thank you. We got two cities, this one is a little bit more chaotic. Got built quite early. With early start. And then the new one was like... We had time, we had money. We planned things out. And it grew quite well. And I wanted to build a train station here. The city around the train station. It's a very large building, but it works quite well. Yeah, the benefit of the long train station is also that it's a long building, so people can walk from further from this side to the train station and then decide that they walk further that way to like other buildings. Not that we're using that here, but I guess it does have a certain benefit to it. More towards like longer settlements rather than round settlements. Okay, I think we need to draw the water pipe for this city. Through the mountain, we have to bring water to the industry. It will not need that much. I think like a medium water pipe should be way more than enough. But we still have to set it up. Maybe over here instead. Thank you for the follow, A5SE. Much appreciated. And welcome to the stream. That should be a small sewage pipe, so a small water pipe will suffice. Power line's in the way, I guess. Bit awkward. There we go. And another change here. Butter. And maybe following the pipe now. Okay. And then water pipe comes down along the city on this side to the new switch. I'll hook up water.
here. Oh. Okay. That pipe has to change. I might have to move that switch. That switch is not in a good spot. Oh, here works. Okay. Then here instead. The water and sewage pipe connections are going to be a bit different for that one. Like that. Okay, now I understand why everything's so tidy. Yep. That too, I guess. That too. Nope, not like that. Okay. And then small sewage pipe, yep, requiring a small water pipe. Actually, no, we're gonna change that. That earlier connection makes a lot more sense. And we can draw the other water pipe underneath. Like this. Oh, there's a sewage tank I haven't even hooked up yet. Good to know. Alright, and here we already have our water connection. This has to come through here. Like, this whole thing is like for cosmetic purposes. This is... I like having it organized like that. This doesn't really change the behavior of water and sewage pipes, but I think it really adds to the aesthetic, like you said. It makes it look very neat and organized. After this, our
City is gonna run on water and sewage by pipe. And hopefully we have enough water production. The pipes are more orderly than my buildings. Yeah, but you see, like, I don't put them in from the beginning. I ran the city with like water and sewage stations placed in to build up the city, and now that I think it has grown large enough and it is sustainable, now I'm building water and sewage pipes. We have to go up here. We need another switch because I need to have water and sewage pipes going up there too. Gonna hook up. This is not great. Oh, nope. And I also usually build sewage pipes before water pipes because sewage pipes are more difficult to build and the water pipes can just like change elevation and do other things easily, which sewage pipes cannot do. Heating pipe. Small sewage pipe should be enough for this. Actually, no, it's a larger area. We'll hook it up with a medium one, it's fine. And then water after the whole pipe is set up, not earlier. I want this to be at an angle so it can connect more cleanly. There's always a lot of ambulances in some circumstances, and I'm not quite sure when that circumstance is. Sure, build it like that. Medium pipe, and then a small water pipe can go out further north, hooking up into another water and sewage tank here and here. Off of that, shouldn't require too many. Pressurized water, excellent. Let's keep bringing it to the city. And also building the water pipe through the mountain, I guess. That one was like the important part. Bringing it to the steel mill. It's going to take 5,000 work days, which is not too long. And once we have pressurized water here, we can hook it up to the stations, and that's going to be faster than a water truck, but also consumption is going to shoot up. Is the water tower high enough for the mountain? We're still on like the same pretty much. Well, okay, this is only 2 meters, this is 30 meters. You might be right that I might need a pump here. Guess we could pressurize it. Yeah, you're right. Let's run it through a pump instead. A small one would be enough, I think. We're not going to need more than 50 cubic meters on that side. But it will help with getting water into that area. I don't know how high the water tower is. I don't remember. Okay, water pump. Thanks for the tip. How many trucks do you have to use? It seems like it has a few thousand people in it. I have 3 water trucks right now. And currently they're all idle. Okay, now one is moving. 3 water trucks and 1 at the industrial area. But the industrial area is undersupplied right now. I don't know how tall this is. Like, it's about here, this height? Which is 46 meters, so I think it would have still worked. I think the tower would have been high enough, but yeah. A pump is definitely safer. Might have been struggling with getting enough water through the area. Did indeed help. I don't think we have any sewage connection. I now forgot. Do we? I mean, the food factory is its own thing, has its own water supply, has its own water purification plant and everything. Okay, made good progress here, looks like. I need a road connection for the unloading station. So that we can at some point deliver coal here. Which is going to be needed for the end station and the heating plant. Priority heating plant. We would have to set up housing. Like, we have place for housing here, far away from the heating plant enough, and over on the other side, running the logging camps in the future. That's the plan. I still need to draw the high voltage wire up this way. We could switch over to 13 megawatts now, but that doesn't really make any difference because we're only transporting 10. But I do like it aesthetically a lot, so I will use it. We are getting 10 megawatts out of there, so What we need is the 13 megawatts to make their way out of the settlement, and maybe, oh yeah, connect to yourself. That's not gonna go bad in any way. That's fine. Just draw a power line here. Is this connection also 10 megawatts? Yes. Okay, then I guess we can draw the power line off of here, over the water. I don't want to draw the power line over the cableway station because that looks really, really strange. Maybe I need to have another high voltage switch here. Well, in the future, but right now I guess this one makes the most sense. That would be our power connection. Maybe north of the wire. Yeah, let's do that. From here. That's maybe overdoing it. Along the train track then. That's floating. Don't like it. Do this and then plan for another tower there. Also here, that also looks silly. That would work. Oh, maybe that'll work. Direct. Tower missing here. That one looks fine. We can put a little bit of a corner in here to make that look nice. Yeah, that'll work. Oh, I removed everything. Right. That wasn't planned yet.
not want that connection, thank you. Okay, I think I'm not fine with this yet. Go away. That's silly. I mean, I don't know if that happens in real life, but I guess it would reduce the sway and whatever slack of the power lines right next to the train line, so why not? That will be our power connection that I almost forgot. Will be really fast to build, a little bit of groundwork, and then the construction of the wire itself can use a road crane and go quickly. And then we should have power in the area, because everything else is already in place. Train line being built, very good. Let me redo that water pipe so it looks a little bit more like it was planned. The issue is the connection underneath here. Sure. The water pipe has to wait. Don't have running water yet. Let's make sure the pump jack next to the iron mine isn't like in need of repairs soon. I don't want to have to deal with that. Pump jack. It already put itself onto maintenance, but of course the other buildings are all too far away. Maintain that building. Everything else is fine. I'm not going to build a maintenance office next to that pump jack. Maybe a village to extend out further towards the southwest where the pump jack is. It has been making us tons and tons of money. A maintenance construction office wouldn't be the worst. But so it's like if it just goes kaput, it just gets rebuilt and it doesn't cost us that much. 16 citizens from 10,000 people living here. Now we get a research point.
Okay, that's a decent amount of cases. Why is there so much crime happening ever so often? Let's just run this courthouse with like the most amount of workers. Something is not right. I wonder if they are like upset that they don't have running water or something. Why can't the workers just not commit crimes? Yeah, I want to know why. I think it's because we don't supply them with electronics, and that's why they're like going mental. Like, it's 1986, we want like radios and TVs. We read about them in the newspaper. Well, no one has any, so just be quiet. No one's getting any radios and TVs and computers. If I start saturating my republic with those, I don't know. Crime happens because of their unloyalty to the Communist Party. Loyalty has been going up, it's at 34% now, but it's still fairly low, yeah. Decent amount of workers in the fire station. 3 workers here. Don't let me know when it runs out. Once we have electricity, we'll fill up the grocers and then build the houses and let people move in. Pollution is only at 600 people. It was like close to 1,000 last time. I guess it's still December. Unable to get electronics is getting to be the highest point for our republic. Maybe some radios in the radio station might help. That would like push us into like easily into like a positive loyalty of over 50%, I think. Not sure if the small radio station can do that, but I assume it would. With the loyalty boosting research, that is. Okay, trains will be able to run around this whole area. Well, they can't turn in here, so they can't actually run around back towards Sovskoy. Delivery trains go into the station and then head back out to Sovskoy. We will have one or two passenger trains added to the route, and it would just go to Sovskoy and then to this settlement and then back to Sovskoy. So the route for the passenger trains would extend. It would still be the same route. I mean, I would feel depressed if I only had to drink and not listen to any sad or cheerful Far East songs. Well, you only would be because you know they exist. If you don't know they exist... Oh, our interest rate went down to 4.4%. I think the game is very happy with us. If you don't know they exist, then why would you be unhappy? It's only based on comparison that you would be unhappy in this case. It's only due to comparison that we try to improve ourselves or become upset with our current situation. Well, not only, but like many of the things are based on that. Of course, you can be upset with your situation if it's like really bad. Look at that, we're back down to 1 page of loans and it went down significantly, back down below 20,000 rubles. Hello 16-hour naps, welcome. Yeah. Like a true leader, like someone who wants to get you away from like thinking about having a radio. Like don't think about it. If you don't think about it, you're gonna be happier. Well, North Korea is going against basic needs, which is like food, healthcare, a head above your roof, and some form of entertainment, I guess, would be also a basic form of like human right. They're going against human rights. Now, do you take Far Eastern songs, cheerful or sad, as a basic human right? Then, if you do, then I guess you would be of the opinion that yes, they are lacking basic necessities. Almost done with the groundworks, then it should go better. Should go faster after. But yeah, I'm not quite sure why we're running into like waves of crime. Well, we'll try and deal with it. Five people, then we have our research point. I kind of want to get secret police. I would like to start with like basic improvements towards loyalty based on the population itself. Which I would only have like a secret police in Sovskoye and in Bugodonsk. Villages do not matter in that regard. They don't have to have a monitoring for their loyalty. Oh man, building out a village of like houses with 10 worker capacity. We need 20 of them to get 200 workers. And the unnamed settlement will get a name now, which will be Kirirov. No one may move in here right now. Can finish the house construction, but no one may move in. These houses are not supposed to have any highly educated workers, so I can also deactivate that for now. We'll place the house for the highly educated workers last. Like, I'll deactivate all of them and then let 1 or 2 houses have highly educated workers. Probably that one for highly educated, running the police station and the clinic. That would hold 36 people. So 12 people per shift. Should be good enough. We got 6 plus 3 is 9. So yeah. That would be enough workers, I think. Data's, do you know if the devs are looking at how they may better organize the different buildings, especially housing? No, I'm not. I have no idea what they're planning. I'm not in the know-how of what they're doing. Better subjective, but maybe ways to filter them. Yeah, no idea. I do not know. Just some workers, and we'll have our possibility to bring coal to the area. Everything else is hooked up. I don't know why we built 2 connections here, but I guess we got 2 conveyor belts. Why not? Makes it look more dramatic. Merline's also almost done. Students can wait here because people visiting school are allowed to use the train, but people trying to get to university are not allowed to use it. I really like the way how easy it was to place these houses, and I don't think it looks too bad. Maybe this one needs a bit further, needs to be a bit further down. Blocking the windows a bit on that one, but I guess that's fine. A bit of overlap isn't the worst. Lots of serious crime. Where is it happening? Brugodonsk, Sovskoy. It's all happening in the cities, which I think has the most highly educated people and those that want to like get access to electronics, basically. And mostly in grocery stores. Grocer. Small shopping center. Flat. Bus stop. Flat. Hard to say. Not enough data on that. It's just where like people accumulate on the most, I think. Do we still have free flats available? Only a few. Number of 21-year-olds without their own flat should be going up again soon. Prison ones are very hard to control, or the prisoners, or both. Yeah. We haven't gotten over 10,000 citizens yet. Unfortunately. But we will once the settlement goes online. It's almost ready to send coal trains here. Power is now available. No drinking water yet. Technical service will be necessary for that. A water truck, a sewage truck. A small waste truck and a large waste truck. Reminder, I kinda need a waste storage here for like hazardous waste that I didn't place. I guess that would like work. Look a bit weird, but we can store hazardous waste on the main road, I guess. What about back here? That'll do. Sure. Means we don't have a footpath connection available unless I move it back a little bit. I should do that. The ability to have a footpath through the road will be a bit important. If there's more housing in that area. I mean, not really. No, never mind. We're gonna retract that once again and just have the waste storage here. Oh, still a connection for a footpath, never mind. That'll do. Caught overwhelmed in Sovskoy. I guess there's maybe a lack of highly educated people here, now that I'm looking at it. Oh, these houses can hold both. I guess we can switch these to only highly educated people. Which will take a while to cycle though, but yeah, a lot of cases happening. Maybe it's all based on the population density. Another serious crime, low quality rural flat. Oh yeah, we built those things, I guess. I guess these are now populated too. Haven't completely filled out the area yet with housing, but that is technically a space that people can use. How do you find explosive industries early on? Is it easy to get into? I don't know. I need to look at it. Chemicals, gravel and wood. Gravel and wood is easy. Chemicals you would need technology for. I mean, wood will mean that you have to like constantly replant trees unless you import it. Gravel is easy to set up. You can import both resources and make explosives. It's probably profitable, like all the resources, but And it also needs very low quantities of resources, so yeah, it's like a more advanced version of clothing, I guess. It needs twice the amount of resources that clothing does. 1.5 plus 2.3 plus 0.75, so 4.5-ish tons for 1 ton of explosives. Also produces hazardous waste and I don't know. And 75 workers. Pollution is higher than a clothing factory. It's harder than a clothing factory for sure. Profitability, I don't know. Depends on the imported resources and in general, every resource is profitable unless you overdo it. So I would say it is too. I have to stay with the low density housing here. Because right now explosives are 774 per ton. How much are explosives in my market? Well, my market is gonna have very expensive explosives because it uses chemicals and chemicals require oil. So my explosives are 28,000. Or if you want the US dollar price, that is more easy to compare, 6,400. But it's still going to be affected by the high... okay, not as much, but it was impacted by the oil price a bit for the chemicals. Less than I thought it would. How many people do I want to have here? I'm building this like a city, what the hell? Let's think. These ones hold 36, right? So 72, 100 and something, plus 20, 40, 60. That's like already enough people with these houses. I should use lower density housing if I want to have a lot more houses in the area. Into explosives? No, I don't think so. Okay, we're almost below acceptable numbers again. But man, that's a lot of crime. I might need another prison if that keeps climbing. Maybe criminality is already an issue and it's like at 2% is... Yeah, we have to run through the criminality, I guess. Make sure the prisons handle it. Loyalty be damned. 10k people, we got our research point. Thank you. Quick, before draw. We're back below 10,000. I'm thinking secret police. I know people said like vehicle production. I could also go radio, just ignore police, get radio with loyalty boost, and it's like probably fine. Especially with the small radio. Or maybe even get the small TV station and see how good that is. That would require 4 research points though. 2 for the radio and TV and 2 for both influence techs. Let's get the radio research, I guess. And then the second one will be the TV research. And then we'll see if we can get to the influence tech twice. It's a lot of research points just to get that. Maybe just the radio and the research boost, like the influence boost for the radio. But the TV building looked really nice and small. I don't think we need more money at the moment. Alright, let's go get broadcasting. That was a terrible idea, because now I have to give my people electronics. Well, I guess Sovskoy can get electronics and Brugodonsk. Now we're getting into the electronic import. That means the trains need another train car for electronics, or I switch one from food over. We only got 18 tons of food left. That would take away too much of a safety net. Also, probably just because the warehouse was quite empty before, but... Let's get 2 more train cars for the trains. Maybe only one. I can use one of the fabric ones for the other train. It seemed to be overfilling this with fabric now. And we'll import electronics, I guess. Ah, so stupid. I could have researched towards my own electronic production, but I guess if we're boosting our loyalty that way and everyone gets more productive, then maybe that can be the encouragement to move towards that after. And if everyone gets more loyal and happy from the TV station, then maybe crime will also go down. Just one of these for 7.7 tons of electronics. Let's go. You are Brugodonsk. You're gonna have one of your train cars changed. You are allowed to load electronics now. And one of the train cars for fabric will change. Not one. Your plan is succeeding. Oh god. Don't. I also have to put a storage capacity here for electronics. Another reduction for food by 5%. Still 175 tons, which is plenty.
Alright. I don't know if Budans should get electronics. I mean, they also create highly educated people, I guess. Yeah, the cities will get it. Sure. Sovskoy train. After you have done your trip, I'm gonna go here and pick up another train car, which will hold electronics. Oh, almost unloaded all the fuel too. Great, fuel consumption is going up too, so we have to maybe add another tanker car for fuel. There we go, another train car there. Did you unload? I could have probably just changed a food train car, but they're doing longer trips. Maybe I should switch these over to distribution. But I don't have that much storage capacity in my warehouses. A distribution train wouldn't make much sense, the way it's set up. I would need a much larger warehouse. Okay, leave that open so I don't hopefully forget about it. The refrigerated storage could be attached to the grocer. That might make a lot of sense for future settlements. The other grocer hasn't been... What the hell? Why is this a police station? What the hell, game? Must have copy-pasted wrong. Well, now we gotta get rid of a police station. Are you there yet? Not yet. Hopefully it's not going to get in the way of the other footpaths. Otherwise we'll have to start removing them too. Oh boy. I guess we'll build it here. And then drop in some more houses left of it. Grocer. Correct building this time.
Distribution office should be able to bring coal here now. Rail distribution office. The train has arrived. And back on track. Gas station, electricity, water, sewage here. I'm really going to be interested to see if the heating is going to be enough. 360 meters, direct connection to a heating plant. It's probably fine, but maybe we have to draw out a heating pipe over to the other side. We'll see. Gonna be so many itty bitty small houses here. I'm gonna use the same like placement and see what it looks like. Just like a little bit chaotic, not too chaotic, but bit of a mess. 20, 40, 60 people here. Is that the coal? I hear coal being unloaded. Nice. That's gonna be the initial setup for the houses here, I think. With a potential to develop along this side in the future, if we need more. I'll deactivate highly educated people again, let people with a regular education move in, and we'll flip this house later. That's gonna hold the highly educated people of the area. But yeah, at least we can set up some basic housing. There's enough room where we could have a house of culture here. Don't really want to set up an indoor sports facility, but we'll see. Made 1.7 million last month. I think the steel exports are starting to kick in more frequently. How's the coal situation? Coal ore is struggling a little bit, but not looking too bad. Coal is definitely full. So maybe a couple more workers in the coal mine at some point, which would reduce the amount of workers in the steel mill. If we ever run out of coal ore, that is. I do have a warning set. We need to make a change, but 2 processing plants is still absolutely fine. And we're using now more than 5 megawatts, so even almost 6 megawatts. We'll probably need a new power plant soon. That oh, that's done by a vehicle. That's fine. Footpath demolition done. I said footpath demolition done. No excavator needed here. And this is just a village to push us out further into the map, open up the frontier, but also give us logging that we can bring back to our sawmill. I would have to reserve some space in the open storage for unloading lumber. Yeah, equal amounts. And then maybe allow more workers in the sawmill once we start bringing more lumber in. I'm going to take a quick break. Stretch break, and we'll be right back. I think. I usually like the look of the city more, leave it more as an idle screen. Or a train, I guess that's running. It would have to be one that doesn't go to the customs house though. Passenger train, I guess. Be right back. back. I have one guy that has 71% criminality working in the kindergarten. How do I arrest him? Well, you have to wait until he commits a crime and then have police nearby. Hello, Frontum. Welcome. There's no way to like force arrest someone. If he didn't get caught by police or always slipped through. Like, the criminality is basically their chance to commit crime, not if they have actually committed crime. I think the criminality is just the inclination that they have. We have a very few 21-year-olds without their own flats. Something is not right. But I'm not sure what. We had like 200, 300 before. I mean, it could be that, yeah, certain flats are still open. Also, 51% happiness here. Is there running water now? There's definitely water pressure. This one hasn't been built yet. Looks good. Yep. What about the water pipe through the mountain? They're still digging. Need more gravel deliveries. Also, this hasn't been hooked up with a footpath yet. No pressure water here just yet. Waiting on that switch to be done. Following him, even though his demands are met, his happiness is decreasing. This has been huge for helping me understanding the game. Construction crew have unlimited range. Construction crew can be assigned at unlimited range if you use the construction office assignment tool, or you manually assign a construction, but by default the most you can set them to is 3.5 kilometers. But manually assignment you can do further than that. As soon as we started hooking up running water, they're going crazy. You're welcome. Must be something in the water then. Passenger tracks are almost connected. Then we can run the passenger trains here. We have to set up the route with, I think, 2 more passenger trains to that settlement before we actually start moving people in. Because like I said, there's not going to be any bus routes. Tunnel boring machine will not get repairs. Jesus Christ, I thought 2 loans would be enough, but these passenger wagons cost 400,000. Well, there we go. I guess. I don't know how many we'll have to run, but we'll just run a couple. Should bring all the train cars in. Building without power. That one is waiting on the power connection here. Water and sewage. Technical service still needs to be built, so we can have the appropriate trucks. They have to pick up from Sovskoy. And also use the sewage unloading station every couple times. And yeah, the settlement may not grow too large, otherwise we're just going to run into the issue of water and sewage transportation being a bit of a hassle. But it should not be too bad. I'm wondering if I should like make this the furthest we're gonna go towards the train tracks and like leave these houses. Because they're a bit close to the train tracks and that... I mean the trains aren't even arriving there that often. I don't know. We can still develop that way later on. $20, $40, $60, $80, $100. No, these are 10. 10, 20, 30, 40, 60, 50, 60. 2, 4, 6, 2, 4, 6, 8. So 80. 80 people here. We need Zeppelins in this game. They would be so slow, I don't think they would bring anyone anywhere before their time runs out, unfortunately. Alright, stuff has arrived. All the stuff has arrived. One train still seems to be missing, I think. Yeah, that one's heading back soon. We got our 2 new passenger trains. 30% repair. Now we just gotta wait until we adjust the route and then put them on the network. And then we don't need that turnaround anymore because they're gonna head out this direction of the station and come back this way. So this like small section of track, I'll leave it, but it won't be necessary anymore. Now for the actual spending of the research point, radio signal broadcasting, and then I guess we will also see what the new/old radio station will look like. I think we're running a little bit out of highly educated workers. We'll try and boost workers in the university to catch up with that. 17% is a bit low. Almost done with the connection here. And then we have to also build the track to the end station, which has water and coal, but it needs a tiny amount of fuel to work. I don't know if they changed that. If that is fixed now, I guess we can test that. Previously we had to have a little bit of fuel in there, but maybe that got patched. I should just mark these as favorite because that's the one we're going to keep using for the whole run. Lovely. Don't demolish that thing. Don't you dare. Technically you should need oil to grease the cylinders and joints of the loco and other components. Yeah, but the quantity, the amount is probably not in the range of like tonnage what you usually treat. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how much you need to, like how much oil you need to throw at a locomotive to lubricate it versus how much it consumes fuel wise in that same amount of time. Forty, 60, 80, 2, 4, 6, so 60 people here. 2, 4, 6, 8, 140 plus another 30 something, 36, so 176. We're just gonna bring our population count from 176 workers to 200 citizens, probably. But we'll set up some more small houses. Oh, no. What now? $5.5 million import of vehicles because trains. What's the next steel export going to be? Exporting bricks and boards. Board export might be the board export distribution office for that is so far away. It might make sense to have a dedicated train that carries 500 tons of wood, unloads them, picks up whatever boards are available, exports them, and then goes back and waits until loaded for wood. I think the transportation of wood might be better with a dedicated line. Which means another train. More trains on the network. Exactly what we want.
It should be able to start earlier. I'm still not sure why you don't run earlier than that. Is it because it's blocks here? Maybe. What is this? Oh, footpath. So we're getting close to the point where people should actually move in, but we don't have the houses yet for the highly educated, or... well, we don't have enough houses to run the settlement, for sure. Also needs a delivery of steel. A small open hull truck would do it. I know we have a lot of open hull trucks, but they're all very large and they wouldn't run that often and might get like into wear and tear issues and get broken down. And we'll use one, it's fine. Set it to 20%, whenever it can get repaired, get repair. You will load steel from here and unload it in the repair station and wait until unloaded. We don't need electronics. And the rural distribution office can fill the warehouse for the repair station too. Because that's not going to be a task that happens very often. 30% is fine. I saw that. I think we're importing electronics. I think I saw our money drop significantly. 7.7 tons of electronics. Worth 386,000. Because where can I find out how much a 99% source bauxite mine produces? You go into the mine. I'm going to use a coal mine as an example. Oh well, I guess for that I assume that the bauxite mine you were going to run with excavators, not with workers. And each excavator has a level. I'm not sure about this, but each excavator level might be like one work day, like one worker's strength. So for the bauxite mine, I think it still tells you 45 workers and production of raw bauxite per worker. So maybe you can take the level of your excavators, divide it in half, and then you have the amount of bauxite you're producing per day. That's an assumption. You would have to like do that measure yourself with the day graph. Good. Radius for the people, yeah. Radius for the people, of course. Very important. There's not a lot of workers heading here. What are they building right now? Plumbing. Oh, that one has low priority. Don't send workers here. That's the digging through the mountain task. No wonder they're not building anything else. Okay, I'll take a look. Let's see. Maybe with the next truck. Alright, you make your way out of there. Let's see, this one has a strength of 15. The quarry has a quality of 50, so that also halves it. What would we expect based on that logic? A gravel quarry produces 3.5 tons of quarried stone per worker.
We have 50%, so it would be 1.75 multiplied by the excavator level. 15 plus... I'm gonna get the calculator out. 1.75 times 15, 26.25 tons. So assumption is that it would fill a truck in a day, but I don't know. It seemed slower than that, didn't it? Okay, 2, 3, 4. No, maybe that might be it. We started at around here. We expect to finish around here. And that seems to be the case. Truck is full. So yeah, that's the production. What's the range for a mine? Could you put 2 there, use the excavators, and maybe that way? Once you place a quarry, excavator or something, the surrounding area becomes used by that area. Like, you can put more down, but it's like the oil well. The oil well, I guess, is a better example. It has an area of influence and occupies the oil and doesn't let another oil well use it. Only when the color is like a brighter color again can you draw stuff out. Wait, I was doing something. What was it? Oh my god. Unbelievable! Asking a question and then getting real life stuff done. So, whatever your okay, the production for a bauxite mine would be the level of your excavator. So in this case, it would be level 15. Cut in half. So this excavator in a bauxite mine would be able to produce 7.5 tons of bauxite per day. Because the bauxite mine has 0.5 tons per workday. Per worker. And it looks like the excavator level is how many workers it does, like how much work it does. Well, you can use any excavator, I was just using that as an example. Whatever the excavator level is, cut it in half, and that's how much you get per day. I was just using that as an example. Hopefully there will be more workers arriving now that we told the construction office for workers to not send people to... You're not sending out anyone right now. What's going on? There's so many footpaths to be built. Are we lacking gravel? We're lacking gravel deliveries. Oh, because I guess the excavation of the water pipe also has drawn all the gravel towards it. Yeah, that makes sense, I guess. That's why construction in Kirirov is a little bit slower. Because the water pipe through the mountain is taking up all the effort. I still need to finish laying the pipe here. Another water switch and then placing the water pipes accordingly. Those ones are small sewage pipes, so small water pipes will be enough. And if we need to, we have a connection ability out up the north. And this is a medium one, right? Yep. So medium water pipe. That way, I guess. Okay. Small water pipe out this way. And small water pipe out that way. Just need like 20% of my bauxite processing, I'm good. Don't think I have space for storage. Okay. I haven't done bauxite in a while. I just remember it being like really convenient to set up until you get like to alumina and aluminium. Didn't take a lot of space at all. Train track is ready. We can correct the signaling. Construction is done. Everything is in order. Now we need to change the passenger train line to go to the new direction and start the 2 new passenger trains. From Sovskoy, you will not load, but instead head over to this end station, then to this passenger platform, which will load anyone except people who want to get a higher education, and then you go back to this platform, unload and load whoever. Maybe not people who want to get a university education. That should be the new route. Let's see if it works. Will work. And we'll throw in the 2 new trains. Gdansk end station. Go there. There we go. Got the train we're monitoring. There's no one living there yet, but just to make sure the route works. This game tickles autism for me and I love it. Sadly I can only play for a few hours before my brain goes too much math. Yeah. Understandable. Let's see if the train refuels without any fuel in the end station, or if we have to bring a little bit. Maybe it got fixed. It was fixed. We don't need any fuel in the end station anymore. Excellent. That means I can tell the distribution officers to empty these out for fuel and then unassign them. Can take 12 tons of fuel out of there if you want. Should still work. playing around with the metros and messed myself up. That's how it goes. That's how it always goes. Sometimes it might be narrow on my track lines, which makes signaling a mess, and then I frustrate myself trying to fix the intersections I accidentally made. Yep. Do we move people in? It's too early, I think. Train lines are still like balancing themselves. But technically it would be possible. '90s when the big trucks arrive, right? What big trucks? The Cocoon? The Kamaz? There's so many big trucks. They arrive like, these ones arrive way earlier. They are 1950 something. The dump trucks. But of course the fast big trucks arrive later. I don't think 1990 though. We need a large building so we can have highly educated people live here. And enough workers to run the facilities. Until then, I guess we have to wait until the houses are done. Maybe route the firefighters briefly into the heating plant to get it like pre-charged. Use a road cargo station attached to 4 large waste transfer sites, then use a DO to move the waste from a holding facility to the processing. Each trash type gets 2 transfers. Bio goes in an open dump, with crane connected to a transfer that holds only fertilizer. We could move people in. To visit a doctor and anything else, they would have to travel to a different city. Can they maybe set up like this house quickly? Then we would open up the settlement. It would probably be way too early, but we can move people in, it's fine. Gas station hasn't been built yet and neither has the technical service. Okay, just favorite all early start vehicles, it's fine. I want them at the front, not the back. Repair truck's probably the Jag. So how's the demand for electronics looking? We're not storing that in here yet. So no one has it yet. It's not even in the warehouse. Shouldn't it be in here? You have no electronics. Load command doesn't have electronics yet. Okay, so that's that. This store would be the only one selling electronics. We're gonna put 25, 10, 65. A ton of electronics here. 55, 20. Sure. It's way too much clothing. They will consume more electronics than the other resource. What about you? You're also not selling it. 55, 20, 25. It is in the warehouse, so you can start distributing it now. Which it is. Enjoy the electronics, people. It's gonna be expensive. How's the research towards the radio station? Almost done. I think the radio station is also not too large, the early start one. Rushing through well through the footpath constructions, but the one that matters. At least gravel is arriving now. They empty out the fuel storages for the other end stations. They're doing that. 6 tons left. And that one's empty, so fluids don't have to be distributed here anymore. Thank you. Technical service is of high importance because then we can bring drinking water here. This footpath and these substations are important. Water, sewage and electricity in the city is ready. Oh, village. TS Village. I'm gonna name it TS Village if it does like everything. Water, sewage and waste. Actually no, let's not do that. Water, waste. There. Sewage is implicit in water. If I'm doing water with truck, then waste water probably too. Sewage, I mean.
guess I need another train in here. Like, more train cars could be running. Bricks and construction waste. I don't know. How much is steel making you? Good question. This year we exported 2.3 million worth of steel in 2 exports. And we could focus more on steel. Still lacking drinking water, but we're working on that. Just wait until the water pipe is done, then steel production is also going to keep going up. Alright, get the fluid distribution out of here. I'm going to remove the fuel manually. Not bad. It's really good, yeah. Game is missing something crucial. Hit me with it. Then I will let you know if I agree or not. If you want. There's no chronometer. What do you mean? Like a clock? I mean, there's a chronometer up here under the date. It shows you like the time for each day, which is basically 60 seconds, I think, if it's on normal speed. That's like a chronometer that you can use. Hello, new month, new season. Shall we celebrate it with an airfield? No. How else am I going to measure how many milliseconds it takes for my citizens to die from starvation due to my shitty ideology? Use this bar up here. That's your chronometer. You can measure death per day. I don't know about death per millisecond. That seems like a little bit too detailed, but... Stopwatch. High priority on the residential building. But you're rich now, just one. We're starving, sir. What am I gonna use the airfield for? Like bringing workers to like a cableway station to then carry them over to the steel mill? Or like, I don't even have the research to bring like people in from the foreign border. It would just be an airfield that doesn't do anything. Also, I'm not rich now. I'm still paying back loans. I'm still deficit spending. A little bit less right now. But we started importing electronics. It's all over. We finished the research of the radio station. That's the old-timey radio station. That's gigantic. 50, 25, 40, 25, 500 kilowatts, both of them. Rich in what, Super? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Like, rich in lack of airfields. I don't know. We're super rich in that. Once he crosses 1 million, it means he's no longer suffering from trade deficit.
I haven't been suffering from a trade deficit in a while. We're just continuously building, which means deficit spending. So we could get 2 more houses here. This one would look a little bit awkward if we built one on that side. Could follow the road, I don't know. Gas station's a bit in the way. What was supposed to be there? Deficit spending is normal, trade deficit is death. There you go, now you know where the repair materials are. Can fill up that repair station. Repair station's warehouse. I mean, we could, I guess, tell the train to bring some workers here. I would have to load people from Sovskoy though. Huh. I don't think that makes sense. Once this house is done, I think we'll move people in. Yeah, sure, we'll try it. We'll bring people in. This grocer isn't done yet at that point. But they can walk there. Once we finish the footpath tunnel, which isn't done yet. I guess the footpath tunnel will be a necessity. The building and the footpath tunnel exit. Have you ever tried mass tourism? Tried it last week, it was rather odd. Tourism isn't that well made in this game. We tried it when the waste update hit. We did like waste and tourism basically. I think that was like the first time I streamed. Early version. Tourism is like a really huge money maker, as long as you're making your own food and alcohol, otherwise it's too expensive. Or it can be too expensive, easily, because you're consuming more food and alcohol and meat, and that just drives up the food prices and cuts into your profit margin too much. Oh yeah, and the technical service we also need, I forgot about that one. That is also completely necessary. I guess rail construction is done for now, so we can turn off the rail construction office for the moment. Definitely in Bugogodonsk. No fuel for track construction sets. You've run out of coal. Must have unassigned coal distribution towards you and never reassigned it. There you go, have some coal. And gravel? Who's bringing gravel to you? No one. Same building. Still has a ton of gravel. Might be a dedicated vehicle. That's a really old vehicle here. That one was probably bringing coal until something changed. Well, you can go to the scrapyard now. Also, I think they added drivers to the old Russo bolts. So they all have drivers now. I think we're gonna go for the TV station. I usually don't build it. So if we're gonna go mass media, TV. Which will take a while until we have enough electronics saturation in our republic. They're currently just starting with radios. It's gonna take a while. Now you can let me know if we start missing anything. Yeah, you keep building. Let me change the shopping center here too. To 1530. Electronic consumption, I guess, isn't that high yet, but it will keep going up. As we provide electronics to our population, they will start using it more and more, I assume. This needs mass media to educate his citizens about why the city is glorious, and escaping to the west is just as bad. That is correct. So technical service, the footpath, tunnel, and this house, which is almost done. And then people could move in, I guess. Let me set up the route where they actually bring people here. We can change that again later. In Sovskoy, you will load people again. And then after, we'll bring them here and unload them. So I'll start running all the buildings with no one living here for now. But that also means they will pre-charge the heating for us. And I guess it also means that maybe the fire truck personal car route will become obsolete. "21-year-olds gets free apartment, there's no need for propaganda." Oh, we're back to 110 21-year-olds. Excellent. I guess I'll also build that house up. We could start populating this location if citizens make their way here. Oh, they bring a lot of passengers and students that way. That is not good. There's no school here. Shouldn't unload anyone. Other than maybe the passengers together with the workers. But yeah, we'll start letting people move in on this side of the settlement. Do we not have a waste storage for the fire station? I don't know yet. Doesn't look like it. No, fire station has a waste storage, it's fine. Heating plant is running, no water yet. We're waiting for the technical service. Passengers and students have not been unloaded. We also need to bring alcohol to the alcohol kiosk. Only load workers, no one else for now. No passengers, no students need to go here and suffer. It's a lot of workers. What if they think that is normal in the West? We need to combat such misinformation. I'll meet a German landlord and pick first flight home. Bought it. Alright, houses there. 2 people living here now. They don't have any drinking water, but they live here. Whenever a train arrives and provides enough workers for the shopping center, they might do okay, but this was supposed to hold highly educated people, now that I think about it. They're not gonna do well. Footpath tunnel. Let me know when the technical service is done, when the footpath tunnel is done, and the grocer. Once all 3 are done, people can move in freely. Otherwise it depends on the technical service for people to move in down here. It's taking ages to get these short footpaths built. Come on, game. The other day I accidentally set a building so people could move in, an earthquake happened and I didn't place a fire station, so they all died. You monster. Why would you do that? You did that on purpose, didn't you? Like, you waited exactly for the right amount of time for when the earthquake was about to happen. And then you just let them move in, just like that. Checkbox to let them move in is so forgettable. Yep. You can also do it for all the buildings of a settlement if you click the name of the settlement. And then mass turn it on here. I might need a small waste storage. Actually, we can just drop it in here, I guess. And hazardous you have to bring to the local incinerator. Nothing else should be produced. There we go. Other grocer is also done. Now we're just missing the footpath tunnel. Favorite when I create a new area by accident nearby and it overwrites a part of the town. It's very fun. So it looks like everything is ready for like turning on this settlement. Water deliveries would be a little bit inefficient because the water tank aren't ready here yet, plus electricity is also missing on that side. But we're working on it. We always do. I don't know if they have fuel in range once the water and sewage truck arrive here, but we'll see. The gas station will be ready soon too. Plenty people waiting to move in. I guess they can in these two houses, that's fine. And we'll also let highly educated people move in now. Get things started. Water will be better soon. Trucks haven't arrived yet. Give them some more time. Apparently there's no waste storage back here, which makes sense because this one hasn't been built yet. But we can now see the buildings that are not hooked up to water, sewage or waste. So it's still going to take a bit for that to fix itself. They have to come in from the border at Kugoshny, travel like 7 kilometers here, before they travel back and get water and sewage. Last thing is this footpath tunnel. I guess since we're bringing trains full of workers here, I might as well like open this up and 200 workers can help construct the settlement, technically. That's a bit too many workers this direction, I think. But hey, footpath tunnel will get built faster that way. Prime harbor location nearby. Just because there's water doesn't mean it's a prime harbor location. This would be a prime harbor location, I think. Lots of open space next to it. This one kinda messy. This is my run where I restricted myself before this with way fewer trains, so you will have to excuse myself that this run will be very high on train usage. Harbor and airport. So we can like import electronics from the west by ship and then export them to the east by aircraft or something. I like the setup. Heating plant, end station supplied by a depot that the trains can get to. No more buses necessary. They might or might not make it into a train, like it depends on when they walk here. The trains don't run as frequently as buses, of course. Which limits their ability for free time a bit. You didn't get anything. The train just arrived. You could have waited like a little bit longer. But you didn't. The vehicles have arrived and should be bringing drinking water now. And they do have access to fuel, which is good. Yeah, fuel. From the gas station next to the food factory. Footpath tunnel is the last part, and then we'll open up all these workers. And then the logging setup is the thing we need to enable. With a dedicated train, I think. .300-meter long train, possible. Might be overkill. Water substation is done. That means sewage and waste could be the problem for these buildings. Waste we're building. Sewage tank is being built. Could have a few more workers on here when a train arrives, but they can't actually get there because, well, for one thing it's too far, and for another, the footpath tunnel isn't quite done yet either. But they're working on it. Okay, I think the personal car route for firefighters is obsolete. Where's the road depot? There. Should be the last train load for workers to finish the underpass. The footpath tunnel. Water substation ready, sewage tank almost, and the footpath tunnel as well. 10 work days. People can move in now. We're good. We are fine. No small store for the frontier outposts? No. If they want clothing, they have to go to the settlement. It's a village. They're lucky they get an alcohol kiosk, I think. It's like luxury for them. We'll stop loading passengers now, I think. From Sovskoy. And we'll stop unloading them in Kirov. Does hates villagers confirmed? I don't. Can you go get some clothing? It's an hour train ride to the city. It's not an hour train ride. I mean, in the game it is, but in real life it wouldn't be. They're just gonna buy a lot of stuff when they visit the city. I'll be fine. Are the trains fine? Next passenger train? Why are you loading workers? Oh, you're going to Bugodonsk. Sovskoy, Kirov. You assigned yourself to the wrong path, I think. Is any other train messed up? Looks fine. Don't see any warning messages. I mean, the whole idea I'm testing right now is like, usually you're sending out like a vehicle every 60 seconds or less to make sure everything can get what they need. But this is like my test village where I want to only give them a transportation ability to another settlement that runs occasionally. So they won't all get what they want every time. But if they get on a train and go shopping, they'll probably buy like 400% clothing or something to that affair. Where are you going? Sovskoy. Why can't you turn left? What? Why did you... Why did you go that way? I want you to do a left-hand turn here. So between Kirov and Sovskoy, you have to go through that signal. Wait, is the train track broken here? Oh my god, the train track is broken here. Is it? Yes. Yes, it is. Well, get the rail construction vehicle out. We're going to fix that quickly. Calling the demolition team, we have a track to fix. Someone misaligned the train tracks by 1 millimeter. And they're not connected. "89 people living here right now. Still more housing to be built. Gas station is ready. Let me check something. Bus stop. No. Let's go to Bogogodonsk for checking that. There we go. Yeah, the time progresses in the same way. Same speed. I thought maybe on a train platform it takes longer for a passenger to expire its free time, but that's not the case. Oh, no need to build that waste storage, that was just for testing. Could drop another gas station right next to the buildings, but they can just drive up here to refuel, which is also next to the repair station. We're gonna have 3 logging camps in the area. And they should all be reachable now by some housing. Apparently that is currently not the case. I have to build a house closer. There it would work. Or we just upgrade the footpath to asphalt. Still not enough. For lad logging camp, the other 2 are... Oh, that one, that footpath also needs an upgrade, of course. Then it probably will be enough. Still not. Key. Then I guess we'll build another house. I don't like that. Just single footpath crossing. You get an asphalt footpath so you can reach all the logging camps. Oh, it's already done. Good. That is now hopefully connected properly. Once it's built, the passenger trains should be able to run the correct path. People coming up the footpath. Get a face full of monument. Just waiting for the rail construction vehicle to arrive. Visit doctor. Apparently the doctors over there are not good enough for that person. Or maybe the office was understaffed. Where's the construction vehicle? Is it driving all the way around? Must have been delayed a bit. "324 people now have a radio, and 5 people have a TV. The settlement doesn't give us a research point yet. I think I only have one once that settlement finishes, so we can't get the 2 propaganda tags. We could already run a TV station once we get it. Hook up properly. Thank you. Next train will probably pass through the correct direction. The new building can't get here. How are we gonna do this then? I guess we have to hook it up to the upper footpath and make sure that one is asphalt too. So upgrade this footpath basically. And then maybe we can reach the last logging camp with an extra house facing that footpath. While also making sure that they can get to the train platform directly. Which would send like extra workers over there. I mean, it wouldn't really matter too much for the last house that they can't reach the train platform with workers. It would just be a tiny amount of unemployment. And the passengers can go to the grocer. I guess it wouldn't work for students. They can't go to a grocer and then to the platform. So this train line runs 1,500 seconds with 6 trains, which is 6 trains are good for 360 seconds normally. So this village runs a fourth of the amount of times you usually would do to make sure everyone gets what they need. And I'm going to be interested in see what the happiness is going to look like in a while. Because I don't want to run more trains this way. The rail network is already a bit busy. I mean, further buildings could then also, in addition to having their coal hooked up to the train network, have the warehouse set up that way. Maybe transportation by truck. They did add early start refrigerated cars, I saw in the patch notes. At least, I think they did. Hanover. Yep. 17 tons of meat. Let's see how this settlement develops. 115 people. Temperature too low. Oh yeah, I didn't check that. How's the temperature looking? At minus 35, you're bouncing up and down barely enough. Sometimes dropping below 13. For lack of workers in the heating plant, I guess. How's it looking? Do we need that heat exchanger? When there's enough workers in the heating plant, it doesn't look like it. But let's wait until the temperature drops to minus 40 to make that decision. Might be a little bit too far. And a single heat exchanger with some heating pipes wouldn't be the worst to set up to make sure that they are fine over there. Yeah, it's getting too cold. Let's do that. Also means we can have more housing over here in the future. So, sorry for anyone who lives here right now. It's gonna be a bit cold. But next year it's gonna be acceptable. Coal ore is fine, coal is fine. Just need more workers for the steel mill. I'm going to do a quick check and see if the research points match. 2, 3, 4. Autosave. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12. We get 4 from population, 4 from settlements. The 5th one, Kirillov, isn't up yet. So that's 8 plus 6 free research points, which puts us at 14. Doesn't that mean I have 2 free research points right now? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, I missed that one. 10, 11, 12, 13. So I have 1 more spare research point. I guess we can go up to a TV station. And then start on the loyalty tech. So, television signal broadcasting. Ran out of money. Yep. Thank you. See, electronic imports, they're gonna get more and more expensive. Is someone bringing a paver here, or what are we waiting on? Workers? Bunch of workers. Okay. I guess the paver is busy elsewhere, probably. I should maybe check. Oh, road construction isn't even on the assignment tool. That would explain it, I guess. There you go. Help with the footpaths. So the steel mill has a big power socket to allow us to direct connect the power to the building. Yep. It doesn't draw more than 800 kilowatts, but if you want to have a high voltage wire, you can use it. At least it looks like it doesn't draw more than that. Because the max wattage circuit breaker is at 800 kilowatts. Make sure the trains leave the correct way at the junction. I haven't checked that yet. See if everything is now in order. Oh, some spare workers here too. So one substation cannot handle a steel mill at 50% efficiency? No, they definitely can. 800 kilowatts is 0.8 megawatts. Only the smallest wire can't handle it at full capacity. 0.65 megawatts would be too little. But 1.15 is fine. That's 1,000 kilowatts. Yep, they're going the correct way now. infinite power. No. No. Still no. Doesn't work. Don't want to upgrade the whole footpath to asphalt, I don't think. Oh, looks like that one completed. Demolition, that is. Yeah, if we hook up the building here, it'll be fine. Now it's only 375 meters. Okay, I guess something wasn't done yet, but now we have enough people being able to reach everything. As soon as the footpaths are done, I think. They must have like not done the road yet and it wasn't able to check completely. No fire station down here. I was considering another fire station maybe in this area to protect us a little bit more with a single small fire truck. It's not that many workers in the fire station. I guess the extra workers in the train platform are from these houses, which makes sense. I don't know what that means, Super Leno. True infinite power is when you check nuclear fuel into a reactor because you're too rich and want to play with nuclear power plants. Even then we had issues when we ran electric trains. How about vehicle repairs? Is that running? Yes. Yes it is. Exporting nuclear fuel is far better than using it. Once you start running electric trains where you need more than 18 megawatts in the network, you kind of need to use it to make power for yourself. Not power to make export, but power to use domestically. Ah, the pavers have arrived. Excellent. Good. Got a small fire station here. This one isn't done yet. I don't think I've ever made an inner city line like what DOS has. Yeah. Now that we have steam locomotives and we're building old-timey settlements, I kind of wanted to connect everything with a locomotive. Except Tuimasnoi, because who cares about Tuimasnoi? They don't have a connection by train. They're off the grid. I still think we have that situation where people prefer to go to the train station than the cableway station, because there's so many people here waiting. Oh, never mind, the cableway station is... Okay, maybe a train just arrived. Could have been... Yep, there's the passenger train leaving. Still a good amount of workers making its way here. How many workers do we have in the iron mine? 150. Very good. That might say to us that we have to open up another ore processing plant. Could produce more iron that way. It's only 15 extra workers. Yeah, we're dropping fairly low, but we'll fix it. We'll have it fixed soon. The Russo balls have arrived and refueled. All they're waiting on is the footpath to be finished. And then they can walk down there and cut down trees for us. You shouldn't really repair stuff from the city. I'm gonna put you down to just a kilometer radius. We can repair that single one, but nothing else after. Here we're still lacking the footpath, so people can't really walk to the repair station at the moment, but that'll be corrected soon. Once this footpath is done, we can hook up the walking access. Actually, I can probably hook it up here. The walking access for the fire station. Like that. And just a small fire truck in here. I need to write down researches. 4 from population, 4 from settlements, soon to be 5, and 6 free is 14, and we had 13. Actually, we have 14 used now because TV station. And once Kivirov gets over 200 population, then we have another one. Probably need a few more houses just to make it over 200 safe. And we need a footpath connection here so that we can reach the water and sewage substations again. Didn't expect this to take that long to build those, but here we are. This whole setup with the train taking care of the passenger transportation means that it doesn't really matter that much how far the villages are going to be apart, because the free time does freeze, like in every vehicle, but the 4 hours of traveling distance are... We're a lot faster with 70 kilometers an hour than with just 40. So we can build them further apart, if we want to. Of course, the further we build before we get into another settlement with a proper construction sector, the more difficult it will be to build stuff. So maybe we need a village that just has takes over an asphalt plant, concrete plant, aggregate unloading and construction materials, and protects like a construction sector and gets like train deliveries of workers every now and then. If we start building a train platform, we could bring workers to a platform and have them wait until like picked up by a local construction. Like we could just send workers from Sovskoy up here, unload them, and then when the train comes back around, it loads it again. And during that time, if a construction vehicle picks them up, then yeah, they can be used for work, which kind of makes sense. Are we in range of maintenance over here, or do I need another construction office? I probably need a maintenance office in the area. It is supposedly all in range, so maybe not. is 200 meters from the heating, but these ones didn't seem to have any issues. I guess if we get over 200 meters away with a small heating plant with tiny houses, it will also become an issue, but I believe this will be okay. That'll bring us over the required population amount for a research point. Let me know when that small fire station is done. Everything's hooked up to waste, water and sewage. These ones are complaining about waste connections, but they have a large internal waste storage, so the large waste truck will take care of those. And these ones are complaining because the waste storage still has not been built yet. After all this time. Trying to figure out what we can get away with in the idea of realism. Like a village with just a passenger train connection seems kind of realistic for a 1930 to 1950 situation. I don't think they would have had like bus routes at that point. Lack of clothing in the settlement, in the village. I mean, in the game the people get really upset if they don't get access to clothing, but I would assume they would have made their like artisanal clothing locally, but the game doesn't have that, so they either get clothing from a store or not. $1.5 million rubles for steel export, 350k US dollars. We might just start referring to stuff in US dollars at some point, because the money in ruble is just going to keep going up and up. Looks like the footpath is finally done, meaning that we can get water here and people can walk down to the logging camps. Now we need a train waiting until loaded for lumber, or we hook it up to the rail distribution, where they would have to load at 50%, 500 something tons. They can carry 250. I guess, dedicated train would make the most sense, because we can then also use that to export excess wood from boards. We'll get a dedicated train. How do you know that the price of steel will go up? Export prices aren't random. No, currently it's just inflation. And we always use steel for construction, so we know that steel is like one of the commodities that is like always used for vehicle repairs and other things. And the ruble price, after like 20-30 years in game usually starts inflating heavily on most goods other than oil. So the price itself will start going up. And then I just look at the US dollar price to see if like, is it going up in general or is just the ruble price going up? Because if only the ruble price is going up, then it's just like inflation. Then it doesn't really matter that much. Let's see, we're gonna assemble a train. I will need a bunch of cargo wagons. I really want to... these are steel, aluminium and prefab. Interesting. Do we have one? They are very high capacity for few train cars. Huh. Okay. I guess there's no like stake car just for wood export or like boards. Specifically for wood or boards. Western train cars have that. Modern versions have that, I mean. I kind of want to use the stake cars, just to like have something different than the one which are more optimal. These ones would be so easy to calculate, but the stake cars would look cooler, I think. Like loading tree trunks into these cargo open hull train cars seems like a terrible idea. Oh, they even exist without the stakes. Sure, we'll take the green ones with the stakes. We'll get 20? 2 million? 220 meters? Then we'll have to assemble the train to run that route and probably deactivate the distribution office from exporting excess boards here. Did I buy too many? How many can you carry? No, it should be fine. Should be 340 tons of wood. It's not too bad. That's how much we can store in there. I was lucky about the early farming equipment. He just said there's not much difference as normal, so I guess I do have to go for it. Just use workers, like, why not? It's gonna be so annoying just using workers until you have a ton of them. Yeah, let's use the stake cars. 8 per delivery, so we have to run 2 more times. Build rail grain silo early on, since steel is much cheaper. The rest you can yaw at medium or big farm is fine, and one food factory will pump a lot. I don't know about that. Oh, seems very risky. We've reached 70% happiness. Hello Hailstorm, welcome. Risky, food prices never crashes. Risky in the sense that it is highly dependent on large volumes. Food is half the amount of crops that you have to transport, but it's still a lot. Alcohol is a lot less to transport. Because you're basically converting 2 units of crops into 1 unit of food, and for alcohol the ratio is like 1 to 5. So for every 5 crops you get 1 ton of alcohol. So you have to transport less alcohol, meaning less overhead in the logistics. But once you have trains, it doesn't really matter, it's just a couple more train cars and it's fine. But you only said build the rail grain silo, so I don't know if you also want to have the food hooked up to the rail network. Probably. Logging is working pretty quickly. Two times 100 meter piggies, 1 for more crops, and the other for export. Yeah. Would work. I have seen food become a volatile resource, but like you said, only driving down the price a little bit, not crashing like other non-critical resources would. I could make this a really, really long train. Got another 100, 200 meters, 206 meters. I don't know. Let's just run it and see if it's enough. The train cars are kinda expensive, plus the wood price might go down a lot. So from here, waiting until loaded for logs. Running into the sawmill, waiting until unloaded. Meanwhile loading boards as you go, and then exporting whatever you have loaded boards wise. And that means we probably need a few more workers in the sawmill, just to make sure it's like, whenever the train arrives, it's like able to go through that quickly. We don't really need that, never mind. 5 workers will be enough. Because when the train arrives, it should be able to unload all of the wood into the local storage. Then loads whatever boards are there. And then they can saw it down while the train is like cycling again. We can't make the train longer than the 385 tons of wood that we have stored here. We have to set our train length based on that. Otherwise we might lock up the area. No other building puts wood into the storage, so we're safe with this. Food has better margins than clothes or any wood related stuff. Yes, it has better margins because it also requires more setup. For clothing you only need a clothing factory and a truck. So you can get started way earlier. Do we have any spare fire truck? No. So there's already more wood here than the train can haul. But I think that was because this was running a little bit earlier, but we'll see. If the train needs an upgrade to carry 580 tons of wood, we can make that arrangement. We'll just see what the wood price does. And theoretically I also would like for the train to be able to leave out this way, but that's not super urgent. It's just a very awkward detour that it has to take right now. How long is the train? 244 meters. I did not plan this for 450 meter train either. So yeah, don't have a lot more space here. But we could get a turn in this way to allow the train to leave that direction. At the current length of the train, then it could get to the sawmill a lot faster. Infrastructure isn't really an overhead. The only true overhead are the piggies. Piggies are the most efficient vehicle in the game, I think. Maybe not with the steam locomotives anymore, but like the pig locomotives were like more than 20 times more efficient than a truck. Especially if you use them with really long, with a really long setup. Okay, we're going to plan this where the train can enter from this side. That'll make a lot more sense. And maybe the other exit will be useful for something in the future, but unlikely. I should hook up these grocers to like a refrigerated storage. It's just so large to always build that thing. Where's the train? It hasn't arrived yet. We almost have 2 train loads ready to go now. And that detour is a bit far. There it is. I guess we could do that. And hook it out that direction instead. Super narrow curve. Not a lot of room for variety. That'll do. We'll get that built, and then the train can run a little bit more efficiently. But yeah, currently the logging setup produces very efficiently. Hopefully with a better route it's gonna be better. Do the cows have to be far away from the piggies? Ah, the jokes. We might need to show who the piggies are. Okay, there's gonna be a lot of lumber production. But yeah, we'll run a different direction. How do the train cars look? Oh my god, they're barely loaded, like, come on. It's like... these are so underloaded. It looks empty, yeah, it looks like it could hold double. Oh well, I'll wait for the rail construction and hope that the extra not having to go through Sovskoye and up the hill, but just like going around here is gonna be faster. It should definitely be faster. Not sure if we're gonna keep up with the production capabilities, but I guess we could have another sawmill somewhere and transport it closer to another village instead of whatever we're doing in Volgodonsk, that is providing our construction materials mainly. Fire station almost ready. Monuments being built. An AMO should be okay. And I do believe we have enough people living here. Yes, 209 people in Kirarov. So the research point is available for the first loyalty tech while we build the TV station. We have 135 people with a TV. A radio station would be a lot more sensible, but I don't care. We're going to use a TV station. The highly educated people get the electronics the fastest, so I'm going to assume that those people are also going to be the ones that have a higher education. Heating is now also updated and not a problem anymore. At least it shouldn't be. Pollution is also fine. 78 years of life expectancy. No problem. Well, that's a village with a purpose. And then one more until we probably get a city over here. Or we tunnel, like after having a settlement somewhere on development 2 village, we can tunnel through this and set up a city right after. There's a lot of flat ground here after all, and I don't think there's any oil or any other resources in the way. Oh, never mind, there's oil right here. Well, it could be a massive oil field. I don't know about the idea of a massive oil field. What are the exports versus imports in regards to fuel? 6 million rubles worth of fuel imported. 6.6 million rubles worth of oil exported. So we're exporting 10% more currently. And I don't want to make oil like the main profit source. I don't. It makes for a cool rail network, but oil harbor, please. But then we're just gonna swim in like money. I mean, it's gonna take a while until we get there, but a refinery, making our own fuel, distributing it in Siberia. Oh yeah, this is the very large flat area with the oil field that I was looking at. How far does it extend? Jesus Christ. This is all oil. The huge tanker is so cool. Well, you know we would be using an early start tanker at that point. No modern stuff. And I don't know if it would be able to travel to the east, if it can travel out here and go to the east, or if this counts as the western border. Oh, big epidemic. Serious infection, could be deadly, contagious enough to infect many citizens, and should disappear soon. Fine. Get fuel. I think the settlement is basically done. But I believe we should maybe set up a maintenance construction office, which will also help us like push out further. Like have a maintenance office here, and then that one would protect the next settlement as we build it up, and the next construction office. Just something to do the maintenance of the buildings in the area. Might be able to pick up workers locally. There's a few on the train station every now and then. I don't think the village needs traffic signs inside. Cargo shipment trains has been there since 1800. Yes, I'm just saying there's an early start tanker and I haven't used that one yet. You're not getting the one you're thinking about. We would be getting the Jekaterina tanker from 1927 to 1961. 2,700 tons. Which is maybe a bit smaller than you were hoping. If we get a tanker. Need a waste storage over here. These houses aren't connected because I don't have anything else in the area. The curve on that rail line is mesmerizing. Looks like a yin-yang. That one? Yeah, the outer loop of the separation curve. Could be a yin-yang symbol if it continued through. And then we made a dot here and a dot here. Looks like the rail line upgrade is almost done. Of course, we were left with a single workday on one section of the track. And the same is probably going to happen here too. Three workdays. Is the sawmill doing fine? I don't know if the wooden train went through already. Looks like it did. Looks like it's sawing the stuff from local sources first. Like the logging camps locally seem to have priority on the input. But now the sawmill always has stuff to do after. Which could increase pollution here now. It's not producing much pollution, but it might be some. Distribution office. Rail distribution office doesn't have to handle board export anymore. We're doing that ourselves now. Well, then again, it could still run full if the boards are already full. If we're not using up those boards first, then it could be a problem. We'll see. Let's see. TV station. Oh, wait, what? Oh, it's not done yet. We just got the idea for how to do TV, and now we actually need to get the tech. The first research didn't do anything. It was just a progress towards it. Like for radio, introduction to broadcasting doesn't do anything. Radio signal broadcasting gives us the radio station. Same thing for the television signal study. We can watch TV in Dusty City now. Yeah, if you have a TV, you can do that. We don't have our own TV station yet, but we're working on it. It's just taking a bit of time to finish. You guys have a favorite Model Workshop item you'd like to play with? Only maps, and I've not really played many maps more than once, so I don't. This year, export, steel, already 1.5 million. Last year we apparently had 4 exports, okay. Is there a tunnel boring machine at the customs house we could scrap for some metal? There's a used EDK, 140 tons for 420,000, that's not good. That one's good. That one is good. Because steel is already at like much more than 1,000 rubles per ton. That would be 126,000. I think it's like over 4,000 rubles per ton. Yeah. So we would be fine until 500,000 to break even with that. Seems like a good profit margin on that thing. It's probably mostly metal and not biological waste for a train, so we'll scrap it. It also gives me a chance to actually see what this train looks like once it starts moving. That was weird. There it goes. Oh my god. What a beast. Look at those wheels. Cool. That one is a train that can go 155 kilometers an hour. So that one you can still run if you have or especially if you have concrete tracks. Would be able to run full speed on concrete tracks in this steam age. Doesn't have enough engine power for like the heavier trains, but it would probably still be fine to pull iron and coal. Sorry, did I turn off the bus stop for Gugoshny? Yes, only workers can wait here. Good. Passengers and students also wait over here. So technically Kugoshny was the test bed for what we're doing in Kirirov. But we have no bus platform here to fall back on, so that's the difference. We could set up a cableway station to let workers go down to Sovskoye factory, but I don't think the settlement makes enough workers where that makes any amount of sense. We still have the ability to build a larger settlement on development 3 and supply workers down here. Which then could also go back to the other cableway station to go into Sovskoye and to the steel mill. All of that is a possibility. 1% unemployment for the first time in forever. 2%. 35 small children and some no workplace people. Must have had a train delay or something. It's not that settlement. Oh, I don't have a kindergarten here. I forgot the kindergartens. I forgot something. Is this a DLC map? Yes, it's the Siberia map from the Biomes DLC. I guess we'll need 2 kindergartens. Hello, Willykin. Can run them at like 3 workers each or something low like that. We'll have to set them once they're built, otherwise they're gonna... I guess they wouldn't really take more workers than they actually need. Probably fine. Oh yeah, we'll reduce the amount. But yeah, that's the unemployment from the small children that we need to take care of. That's a lot. Over here it's fine. Toymysnoy is fine. Bugodonsk is also fine. And Gugoshny, same. So maybe another kindergarten in Sovskoye could also help, but... Oh yeah, actually a kindergarten here in the new area might as well. That one will grow in population at some point, just... We're doing other things right now. Steel production is fine and we don't need to overdo it at the moment. That would be so far away. Getting construction over there. It's like further than from Sovskoye than to the customs house, I think, is it? Okay, like road vehicles have to travel like from the construction sector roughly around here. That way. It's already 3 kilometers. It's 5.5 kilometers to get to development 2, where we can maybe set up another village before drilling through the mountain. So we'll have to set up a village here with construction materials, because I'm not going to build with the construction materials from Sovskoy. That would be too far away. We would need a village that has unloading for construction materials, aggregates, and... well, maybe not unloading for aggregates. I guess we could make our own gravel locally again. We are getting like used to that. Yeah, that would be like new frontier spirit, basically. Like, how far can we go and still make something functional work? A small settlement like this we can build from far away. That's okay. If we plan it with like the rail line going through the train station directly, instead of like having a loop inside, I think the passenger platform like on the train line might be better. But this one is like for being able to turn around in the area too, without having like to cross. I don't know. Train station with coaling platform on the way. How's wear and tear looking? 30%. Everything. Good. I am in Frontier Spirit mode, I think. I would like to keep expanding, although it's gonna be... This expansion would be painful, but also interesting. I don't know if we have enough space here even. It would need like a lot of flat terrain. We would have to flatten some space. Unloading station for build materials. Unloading station for coal. And gravel we make locally, asphalt and concrete. So unloading station for fluids, so we can bring bitumen there. I think bitumen by truck is probably fine. Although it's like 6 kilometers. Like it's it might be better by train. Didn't know you experienced growing pains at 5.8. Okay. Maybe we should also just go through the mountain before we start setting up the settlement. It would just be an additional tunnel construction. And then build a construction sector again here. Small village. Plus we didn't really want to build a city anyway. It was supposed to have like an oil field here. Building a city on an oil field is not a good idea. Building a city near an oil field is also not so great of an idea because of all the pollution that the pump checks will make. The city could be built down here. There's no oil on this coastline. How's a low blow? When I have been a good viewer and hanging out on an attempt to find something to pun about. Why are you bullying me? It's been such a good streamer, focusing on chat and the game. And then you ruin my Sunday like that. Unacceptable. Chat sides with chat. Chat has no voting power in this. All blows are low blows against you. Well, once you are like 18, you will understand what that actually means. Once you grow up. Lolo derailing stream, never heard of that before. Yeah. So it's an oil train stream, so derailing I guess is going to happen. How's the logging train doing? It's not keeping up with the transportation of wood, that's for sure. So I guess we could have a second one. That's a medium length train, I would say, 250 meters. Could be almost double length, but for its purpose it's fine. It just doesn't carry enough. And we can't have a longer train on the logging. I didn't plan for 450 meters, I thought it would be fine to run less. But 3 logging camps are putting out a lot of wood. If everything beyond chat grew up, you'd have no viewers. I think I have a decent amount of viewers who are just here to watch like things move. The Wusel factor is strong with this game, you gotta realize. I'm not keeping up with like the churning through the wood. I have to increase the amount of workers in the sawmill. But yeah, I might need a second train, just continuously running this. It's 25,000 rubles worth of lumber. This is like nothing. I'm not gonna buy another train. Never mind. Yeah, and it's moving around factors like actually like ambrosia. Actually be very interested in the age demographics of the stream. I don't know. I think you're like pulling down the average too much, that this would be an unfair comparison. When is that gonna finally be bored and start modernizing? Oh, I thought you said monetizing for a second. I'm not gonna modernize, this is gonna be it. This is like early start and realistic difficulty. We're never gonna leave early start. This is it. Everything will be early start as much as possible. I don't think we'll ever modernize this run. Maybe concrete tracks. Concrete tracks technically aren't really modernizing so much. I mean, it is modernizing, but concrete tracks are available quite early. They're like 1928, so they're like before the start even. To be able to get electric rail so you can bring metros in by train tracks. Kindergarten's are almost done. Let's allow as many workers as they want to walk directly onto the construction site. Okay, the second one is just going through the groundworks. Terraforming vehicles have been relocated. How far can we go now? The hill and not any further. I don't want to set up another settlement. It's a shame with the repair station. I need a repair station to like extend its range out this way, but not into the city. No, it should only be a kilometer. Any green energy yet? No. Well, technically we're burning coal, which comes from the earth. Isn't that green? If it was wood, would it be green? Train track along the hillside, punch through here with a road connection, and then get over here and build a small village that handles like the construction of another village. This is pain. Oh, this oil field. I don't want the oil field, I want space for another city. I mean, we could also detour and just go to the left here. We could just say, whatever, just head over here. Hitch up on the mountain, turn left or right, and then all of this is buildable. Space too. Hello, Nemi. Welcome. I don't know what midwife is either. Consider electricity to a bit modern and indoor plumbing. We have indoor plumbing in Sovskoy now. Nurse who delivers babies. Ah, okay. We have indoor plumbing and water pressure. That one doesn't, because no one has built the water pipe yet, because I paused it, but in general, we have running water. Also, we should have running water at the steel mill now. I assume that got built. Yes, we got 0.88 bars, which is plenty. Hey bummer. Now you're gonna confuse everyone who's not German when I keep saying hey bummer. What is this song called? It's a standout from your playlist. It sounds a lot like it's from Hotline Miami. It's called Night Runner from Whitebed Audio. How's the school looking? Okay. It's school for the whole city, mind you. But I guess some of them get picked up by the train and brought over to Bugubudons, where they get a school education. So how's the school looking over here? Similarly, fine. More and more trains are running around. I'm old, mentally and real. Yep. How many here go back to old save workers and resources playthroughs and add more things to them, or do saved games just sit there and never to be played again? I loaded the Mega City one, but I usually have them just sit there for nostalgic reasons. I don't go back and do stuff in them because I like restarting. Fine, I don't mind restarting. I get kinda attached to save games until I stop playing them. I just have to get myself to stop playing them, and then I'm like, fine. It's that like initial bump of like, I really like this run, but I need a break, and it's like, and then you stop playing and you're like, oh my god, I'm so glad I stopped. Well, initially it's like, oh, I want to keep playing, but I should give it like a day or two. And then I'm like, I'm glad I stopped. I can restart and like start from scratch. And then, I mean, when you start playing initially, in the beginning, it's like that pioneer spirit where like nothing is on the map. Everything is like, whatever you do, a fresh start, a new market to ruin. What are you gonna do? Okay, I guess we could flatten this. Could make a cut here. Ah, come on, excavator. That's a very deep cut. 15 meters either side. That's okay. Try it again once the excavator has refueled. One old game, 1983, showing 100 mil ruble positive cash flow, many oil fields. Yeah, that's like when you load a save game and you know you have all the money in the world to do whatever. It's like also our previous save where I was like basically self-sufficient in the Republic. I was like, what else is there to solve? I can throw out more settlements and increase my population count. But I usually have like population count more as a means to an end rather than as a goal. Maybe I need to get into the mindset of like maximum population count at some point and see what we can achieve. $1 million game win? Probably never. Unless the game gets more optimized in that regard. This machete is slicing through uncharted markets. I'm not doing that. I would never. Okay, let's see. I have to like climb up in elevation. Where are we heading to? Maybe I do need another settlement with a run-through station. Ah, oh, this is such bad terrain. Megacity, where's that population land? 70,000, 80,000. It was mainly Megacity 1 for the city design. A large continuous city with like some skyscraper structures in the middle. Not for the population count. Was inspired by Judge Dredd. Pushing to 100k would be easy there. Yeah, definitely. That's the first city where I ran into the issue of like, oh, I need loads of heating plants for the same city, just for redundancy. That was kind of cool. Okay, and then there's the hill. Is that going to work? I mean, it should. The question is where we're going to come out on. Somewhere here. And from there, continue onwards. Going to be a scenic train ride. It's going to be a long time to build, but I think we have to get it started while we also start with the road construction. Tunnel boring should not take too long, hopefully. Let's see. Make sure this is actually hooked up. Okay. Then we would probably use a bridge here. A truss bridge. Just to make it look cooler. $40 meters-ish. That's gonna be a thing in the whole road construction. But yeah, we can build up to including the tunnel, I think. Can get the rail construction office started on that. Not too many workers, 40 is fine. And yeah, build these tracks for us, please. Make sure the rail construction office in Budonsk is turned off. Which it is. If we curve slightly to the left, we could bring the... Okay, we're not at 40 meters, we're at 30 meters. We could bring the bridge all the way here, which would bring us to more flat ground. Then go a little bit over flat ground and hook up into a train bridge through this mountain and then tunnel through. And I mean, that kind of makes it so we bypass this and we just build around from this side into the area. Either I take this tunnel and build around, or I use this tunnel. I think we're going to use this tunnel, and then the train track can do a right-hand curve into the settlement similar to the village we just built. What do you call a suspicious bridge? A mistrust bridge. Well, I guess that's can't top that. I guess we're done here for today. Oh wow, now like forcing me to like alcohol poisoning. How could you do that? Yeah, I guess this is where we will end up on. Right around here. The bulldozer. Bridge. Hook up here, go through this way. And then maybe move the terrain in to cover this tunnel in here already. Go through. Come out on that side. And then we can build around to have a train line go through this place instead of punching through this mountain. Which then later on could also continue on straight and go through this section, I guess, as a shortcut. I need terraforming vehicles here, I'm sorry. We're going to have to draw a dirt road. I need the terraforming vehicles up in the front. You should also have your repair set to like 10% because you're not gonna see repair vehicles for a while, so might as well try and get some repairs in while we're still here. And then I'll move you over. Fuel station up front. I will not need that now. They will be able to terraform without fuel. They will not try and drive back if the other fuel station is too far away. But once we bring them back to a fuel station, they will consume a lot of fuel at that point. But yeah, right now it should be okay. Wait, what repair station? Why did you say 15? I was confused. I misread it. It's fine. They have a fuel debt? Yes. So you can't cheese freely moving vehicles around without having to pay the fuel for it like I'm doing. You will have to pay it later. Which is fine. It does just prevent the vehicles from like moving back and forth to refuel. Like sending a truck out there now to put fuel on a gas station over the dirt road would be pain. I'd rather move them back and have them refuel over here. Couldn't they just stop? They could, but they opted to do it differently. Okay, number of loans shrinking. How about selling them after accruing a large debt? Well, selling them wouldn't give you any money because selling stuff costs you money. Because it's basically you asking someone to take care about the vehicle for you. The only thing you could do is send them to the scrapyard to like break it down into materials, but you're not making... They're too expensive for that. I mean, these ones might not be because they're already 30 years old, but in general it would be quite kind of expensive to do that. Alright, make your way over there. Selling that too. Yeah, sorta. The maintenance construction office has been built. I guess we could drop a small vehicle depot next to the repair station. A permanent one. Anyway, are there enough workers here? No. I'm gonna pick up workers from the city. Maybe there will be at some point, but the city is gonna be a more reliable source. And also all the construction materials. Build materials, gravel, asphalt, concrete, and components from the warehouse. Now we just need the vehicles. Concrete mixer. Covered hull, single vehicle. Dumper, open hull, and road crane. And then I think we got everything. I'm gonna go for the V3S now. It's from 1953. Oh no, wait, I made... No, I said the gas AA was fine. These ones look too modern. They just make it feel like we're in normal start. Yeah, let's stick with the old ones, that's fine. We deal with the slower construction. It is absolutely okay. Perfect. Now then, tunnels. Do we need a tunneling machine for roads? No. The road tunnels can be done by excavators or just workers. Excavators is new, but yeah. Tunneling machine for road construction does not exist. Tiny bit offset, but I guess that's fine. And then from here into this mountain, I think. And we exit at 30 meters-ish on this side, I guess, and then go along that hill. That's our direction. I mean, I guess I could also put like a very short tunnel into another bit of track into another tunnel, but I don't know if that is worth the effort. Tunnel would start here. Yep, it does not like being above the ground there. Just have to elevate it. Should use the bulldozers, it probably goes faster. There's 3 of them, only 1 excavator. I might backtrack on that. I'm kind of like warming up to the idea of having like a very short tunnel. I don't know if we can do a very short tunnel. I guess that's the problem. I think we're like, yeah, it's too short. Okay, that is possible, but it's like this would be nicer. No, I guess we have to cover it. It's fine. We can replant trees later if we want to. Now we have to make sure that the tunnel doesn't go over the ground. Maybe if I stick slightly closer to the right side. Like here. And then tunnel out this way, out here. And from here we just raise the terrain, no bridge. And run along. Past this mountain. And then maybe through here. And we're out on open terrain. And then we have to set up the road leading that way too, of course. What height are we on? 33 meters, so this would be the correct height. I guess we're heading this way. That's a pretty big pile of dirt that they have to put here. But I guess it's cheaper than a bridge. Is Monkey here? No. Oh god. No, you don't. You won't. You can't. I'm still here. I also have moderator rights. It's just, not just Mega Monkey who can be trigger happy. Oh, is the excavator actually refueling? Is it in range? Oh my god, Jesus Christ. No. No, you will not refuel. I forbid it. Go back to the depot. No refueling for you. I didn't realize they would still be in range. I swear to God, local. Okay, and then I guess at some point we're going to be too far away from everything, but that's like the initial setup. After that we're tunnel free. The rest should all be like track cuts through the terrain, even though that's going to be... maybe we need another tunnel. And we definitely need a road tunnel through that side. The road is going to be a whole different thing. But yeah, that will be the majority of construction, I think. Alright, now you can go back and refuel and do whatever you want. Because the next thing we have to set up is the road. And the dirt road would be a bit in the way for that. No filthy crude jokes in my chat, please. Not after an 8-hour stream. And also not before. Like, please no. I think I need more trains in the distribution office. I thought I already added a third one, but I guess not. I said after an 8-hour stream and before. I said both. Okay, I think this rail line's gonna be looking pretty neat. A bit wobbly, of course, but what can you do? And then at least the road construction. There could be more than one settlement on its way, but I don't know. like I said, the next settlement should pretty much be like the construction settlement to get everything set up. And it kind of leaves like this space over here, which is like more than quite far away to set up initially. Resource deliveries for build materials by train will take a while to set up. No, you have no windows for a crude joke right now. Okay, TV has been researched. Now we can check out the building. I think the TV is a lot smaller, like I said, than the radio. Radio is about the size of the technical university, even larger than that. TV is smaller, more compact. And it would give us our first tall building. Can you use ships in this game? Yes, there are ships. How much electricity does that need? 500 kilowatts. I'm a little bit worried about the power connection. I guess we could upgrade one of the substations. I think I amended that power line to a larger one. No, also smallest wire. I need a large wire here. If I tear down this one... Oh, that was only the courthouse. I think we can make that. I think it might be fine. I'll switch it to a better power line right now. The courthouse can take like a little bit of a downtime, it's fine. It's only the courthouse that is affected by that power outage. Everything else still has electricity. And since there's a TV station over there, I should give it the appropriate amount of electricity to run. So we'll upgrade. I'm gonna run a TV station. Could be a village up here, but I think it's too close to our existing one. There wouldn't be any point to it. Another significant epidemic because we didn't just have one. Nothing I can do. Hospitals are probably fine. It's okay. .38 meters. We'll make it to the mountain and start a tunnel. Come out around here, get through the very rough terrain. Clean space, another tunnel, and we're there. So 2 tunnels for the road. Okay, I will provide electricity for the TV station. Maybe have a waste storage next to it because it's kind of a large building. It does have a waste storage. Sure. Going to grab dinner, will be spared for my antics. Enjoy your food, local. Have a good day. .39 meters. And then hit a tunnel on that side. This is like the rough terrain part. I guess the tunnel could theoretically come out here, and then we just tunnel one more time. That might be doable. I don't know if there's any space in between where it will not let us have a tunnel. Looks like the answer to that is nowhere, and we come out at exactly the right height. It's a very slow curved tunnel. With no elevation change whatsoever. And then over here we will need the excavator again, which we can place probably at the start of the tunnel while it's being built, or after it's been built. Set up the rest. I feel like we will need a gas station on this route here, so the maintenance office has to like take care of a gas station. I'll have to set up a wire that runs the length from the transformer along the road, and then have a gas station right at the entrance of the tunnel. And then we should be able to make it all the way through. That's a very long tunnel. But yeah, can't do anything here right now. I hope that won't mess with how the tunnel will look. We might have to wait with the tunnel until we have vehicles here. Once this is built, then we can bring a vehicle to the area, flatten the exit of the tunnel, and get everything looking the way it's supposed to. So yeah, one large road construction, 5,300 work days. Thankfully we have pavers and rollers these days. How's the path from your steel mill? It's a single tunnel. Through here. Sharp corner, up the hill. Industrial area, so I thought like a sharp corner is fine. Instead of a smooth corner. But yeah, that's what I chose here. That's the distance we make for that tunnel. 700 meters. The planned distance for the new tunnel is going to be slightly longer than that. Where was the exit here, right? 1,000 meter tunnel, somewhere in this area, I think. Wait, that's the train track. Wrong thing. From here. That's the road. Tunnel going that way, 1,300 meters. And then going through another short tunnel. From Steel Mill to that new valley, south the Ocean View path. From here? Like through here over the lake and then through here again, so tunnel, bridge, tunnel basically. I mean, you can bridge it of course, but I mean, that is maybe something we could do. That would be kind of funny, just like having a massive bridge here. But maybe more around like that side. Yeah, maybe in the future. No electricity and court cases are piling up. Will be fixed soon. Man. 8-hour stream again. Yeah. location, steel mill to this point. Could probably do a tunnel that just curves around in a single tunnel motion. That was also doable. It would be like a permanently cleared road. Like we could draw a tunnel also from this location. Maybe from here, like left-hand corner tunnel, right-hand corner tunnel, and we're through. But I felt like just tunneling through everything is a bit much. And who knows, when I get my terraforming vehicles in the area, I might also decide that the road tunnel needs to be a bit shorter than what I was planning for. And we're going to like get out of here and build like a bridge along the hills, along the cliff. But at least it's a start. And we'll see what we get to. But yeah, I think I'm going to call it here for today. For now. Probably for today. I'm spent. Thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the stream. We made progress. We built another settlement and we're working towards the next one. Although, like I said, that one's going to take a while. We also lost a few people. We're losing people right now. What's going on? Is that from the birth rate? Wait, something's happening. That's something. We're not gonna call it just yet. Maybe when I cut the power line, I'll also reduce the heating capacity. Maybe I caused like a crisis. I don't see anything. Looks all okay. Let's see where the open flats are briefly. If they are in Sovskoye, then yeah, the power line had more of an impact. It is in Sovskoye. I think the power line had more of an impact than I thought it would. So it might have disrupted heating briefly. I'm sorry, but should be fixed now. Project 7 is streaming. It's a German stream? Yes. Project 7 is German. Deutsch, German, not Dutch. Anyway, like I was saying, I'm gonna call it here for now. We got Kirillov up, and yeah, we're gonna raid over to Project 7. If you want to watch more workers and resources, he will welcome you in English, and will talk to you in English if you want to. But if that, like, he will mostly stream in German. If that's a deal breaker, I'm sorry, but yeah. This is your call to make. The raid has been initiated. I just woke up. Oh no. It's been an 8-hour stream, Mega Monkey. Good morning. You can watch the VOD if you want. Welcome. I wish you all a good rest to your Sunday, or like start to your Monday. Hope you have a wonderful day. Have a good night, why not, Isaiah? And yeah, take care everyone. All the best. And maybe I'll see you next time.